me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome on in. Y'all come in and get cozy, or listen while you're busy, whichever you prefer. I don't know how your morning's going. Welcome in, my mod team. Always, Forrest, True Crime Butterfly, and Rachel. We couldn't do this big show without you guys, and you know it. I appreciate y'all being here. Welcome in, people. Y'all come on in, get your beverage. I'm done with the coffee. I've moved on to the cola, the soda, the Coca-Cola. Guys, we got a lot to talk about today. I got a lot to talk. I always got lots to say. Got a lot of reading to do today. We're going to jump in today. Did you guys have a good night? Were y'all safe on the YouTube streets? Nobody fell into a pothole and couldn't climb their way out, did y'all? We won't say rabbit holes. We'll call them potholes. Nobody fell into a pothole last night, did they? All right, we got some updates on a few of the cases we're following, in case you didn't. Well, I'm sure you all saw the thumbnail. So we do have some things to get to this morning. We're going to dive in to part 1 of our Delphi depositions. And we're going to start with the deposition of Brad Holder. He was a witness / person of interest, maybe. We'll call him that. Yeah, he was in the case. So we're going to take a look, starting with his deposition. You went to bed too early, Butterfly. I did. All I wanted to do yesterday afternoon was sleep. It was so crazy. I took a long afternoon nap. I woke up hungry because it was nearly time for dinner at that point. I got up and made dinner, and after I ate and cleaned up, guess what I did? I went right back to my bed and watched some true crime stuff to gather information for today's show. Thank you, Butterfly. I'm trying to improve my y'all know I don't care about them crazy cartoonish looking thumbnails. I can't. But I'm trying to make them look better and easier to read and understand. So hopefully that's the goal. So I appreciate everybody's feedback. If you ever say, hey, Salty, this is a crazy thumbnail, we can't read it, it looks ridiculous, you got too much going on, y'all can tell me. I'm not that person. I'm not going to say, what do you know? I'm going to say thanks for your feedback, because it's important. Early for you anyway. What time did you go to bed, girl? 10, 11? Sometimes our late can be our normal. It all depends for me. I don't really... Early for me would probably be anything before 10 p.m. Anything before that. Oh, goodness, Forrest. Penny had better ideas. deep cleaning on her front paws. Oh, goodness. What do we do without these wacky animals that we love, right? They're very entertaining. I'll tell y'all, I can sit outside in the afternoon and just totally be entertained for 2 solid hours on my neighbor's chickens. Okay? I'm like, I am so serious. They're escape artists. They're fascinating to watch when they're trying to fly and stuff. I'm easily entertained by nature. Okay, so we're gonna get Barry Morphew. My goodness, Mr. Morphew, what are you doing over there? I bet I probably shouldn't say his name too many times because I might end up in a court document like one of my buddies did. One of my buddies and one not so buddy. This not so buddy blocked me a long time ago on the Twitters, but yet he likes to quote me and use me in videos because I have good questions, right, JLR? Yeah. Anyway, y'all remember last time Morphew had a hearing? Or that one time we streamed the hearing and we had somebody come into chat and like, shut it down, you're going to get in big trouble and all that. And we didn't. Well, the second time we all knew we weren't supposed to live stream and all that. Well, JLR did, remember? Because we commented about it on the show that day. We were like, well, JLR's over there streaming it. Well, JLR, what are you doing, sir? Don't mess it up for the rest of us. So no, we can't restream or record in any capacity any of Barry's hearings as if he's special. But we'll take a look at that document for Morphew. Mr. Koberger thinks, well, I don't know if he thinks he deserves some privacy, but somebody in Latah County, Idaho, thinks that he does get to reserve his privacy right, I guess. Exactly. Why, Forrest? You know why? Because these attorneys have learned to take shot at social media because we're the big bad devil. You know, we affect the jury pool. I don't think that everybody in Colorado is tuning into the Salty Sleuth Investigates live stream today. Right? We are a very small community in general. True crime. Those are the only ones coming and seeking the information. But we'll read the motion and hear what his attorneys have to say. And we've seen how big of a deal Ann Taylor made social media in the Brian Koberger case, right? Delphi has done it. Delphi's big mad. They don't like us. Shit, Letcher County is now coming out, stop talking about us, social media, you're sneaking around and recording us and blah, blah, blah. Does social media cross a line sometimes? Absolutely. It absolutely does, but not everybody, right? Some of us try to do it with integrity. Some of us try to do it, well, yeah, we throw shade and we say things but whatever. We're adults. It's true crime. We can have a conversation here. But are they going to start using this, right, as a ploy or a new defense type tactic? I think so. Because every time we turn around, there's something new popping off. And in the Morphew case, it goes way back. We had the former prosecutor in Colorado go on profiling evil live YouTube and just about mess everything up, including being able to charge Barry Morphew with murder. Right, Linda Stanley? Yeah, she did all that. It's all in past court documents. They subpoenaed the whole podcast. Shit, Nancy Grace interviewed Brooks Houck, and everything he said in that show was subpoenaed because of what he said. So sometimes it helps, sometimes it hinders. We'll see. Exactly, Forrest. Forrest says, even altogether, true crime is a very small and tiny fraction of everyone, but there are a lot of smart people who create and watch. Maybe that's what's so scary to them. I almost called you the wrong name. Sorry for pit bulls. Look, Here's the thing. This is not a Free Ricky show, and this is a not they got the right guy show. Yay. This is a I don't know what happened in Delphi show, and I'm going to unpack the documents because I find them way more interesting than Koberger documents. And only because I've always felt Koberger was the right guy. Delphi, not so sure. And that's only because they danced in the dark. That's their fault, not mine, right? So if you aren't here for that, we understand. It's not for everybody. Not every case is for everyone. I got people who won't even look at Delphi, but they're all up in the middle of, Koberger. And opposite, it's, some people can take it or leave it. So thank you for coming in. Hit the like button for us if you don't mind. Everybody take a minute to hit that like button. I'd appreciate that. So let's get started here looking at some stuff. So the other thing we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about it a little bit briefly because it's, we followed the trial of Karen Reed's second trial. I didn't watch the first trial. I don't know what happened there. Second trial I watched because why not? I needed to see what everybody was screaming about. Well, now they're having that civil litigation go on, and I don't really usually get involved in civil litigations. Honestly, don't, whatever. But a lot of things come out in civil litigations that could not come out in criminal litigations. So we'll take a look at a clip from the hearing and see what one of her, let's see, 7 attorneys that Karen Reed has. That girl must have had some money stashed up in a bank account somewhere. I understand. She sold her home, whatever. But that money's gone. Come on, you got Alan Jackson screaming from the rooftops for you, ma'am. That dude ain't cheap. We know that. Yeah. I'm not sure, dude. It's one of those craziest cases. Pit bulls, we don't like dancing in the dark, we don't. And if in Indiana, we know they wouldn't even give us dang audios and nothing. We had to rely on documents, and they don't even like giving us those. We finally got documents. So, and there are a lot. Shout out to our good buddy, good friend of the channel here, All Eyes of Delphi, because she's absolutely amazing at. Her and Sleuthy actually both are. All Eyes has just done fabulous work of creating Google Drives and separating documents into PDF form, and so they're easy to find, so simplified. People did donate a lot of money. Did they donate or did they? I don't know what they do. People donate. Yeah, we had crowdfunding donations in Delphi as well. People want to give away their hard-earned money. Go for it. I'm not here to stop them, right? But yeah, I wonder how much money was raised for us, right? This stuff isn't cheap. You got 7 attorneys stood up in court. I'm here for Karen Reed. One behind the other. I'm here for Karen Reed. I'm like, geez, one was probably enough. How many do you need to how many do you need, honestly, to argue a civil litigation for you? I don't know. We'll see. We will see. All right, let's pull up our first. Oh, goodness, I made my screen super tiny. I'm like, what in the heck? There we go. So I can at least see my chat. Although it doesn't do me a lot of good to see the restream chat because it's slow and doesn't keep up with you guys. Okay. Not everybody follows documents, do they? I like to follow the documents, and then I will have conversations and speculate about what I just read in documents all day long, twice on Sunday, as the judge would say. You think there was around $1 million to her fund, Forrest? I wonder what Alan Jackson charges per hour. Maybe we should go ask, what's that little kid's name, Brom? The DUI guys, not well. That's a, like an actual guy on YouTube, ain't it? Not the DUI defendant, I should say. Let's call him that. All right, guys. I will try to get through all this. Let me move this out of my way so I can see. All right, let me pull up Morphew's little document here. We're going to start with him. Whoa, that's not my document. What happened? I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. It's a lot of money for people to be given away to someone they don't know, isn't it? But if you get enough people to crowdsource, do y'all think, see how differently Karen Reed embraced social media? She absolutely did. And she wasn't stupid for doing so. Some of the, I feel like some of the Delphi stuff, they knew a lot about what was going on in social media. They were being sent a lot of things, and you could tell as Ann Taylor in Idaho was spying things, she was absolutely watching what was happening in Delphi. There were so many times that lady would file a damn document, and I would go, wait, wait a minute, I've seen this recently, or I've seen this argument. Of course, some civil attorneys are looking for a big win and payday. That's what they all look for. Let's not sugarcoat it, right? Why would you be a civil attorney if you don't plan to make money? You're not here to fight the good fight. And of course, if you get a big win, then that's that's really good for your firm. I'm not saying she doesn't deserve it. If you were wrongfully, okay, so you were charged twice, found not guilty twice, yeah, you got every right to sue the people who tried to say you were guilty. Why not? But Karen's being sued, and Karen's going to countersue. All right, so let's get into this document. So this was filed just like a day or two ago. I need to get it big so I can see. All right, comes now Barry Morphew by and through counsel David Beller of Wretch Kornfeld. I was like, that is a crazy name. Wretch Kornfeld, PC, and Jane Fisher. Oh, goodness, Jane Fisher of Briallison PLLC, and moves to cease live streaming court proceedings and instead adopt an alternative means of remote public viewing via a verified account on WebEx so that visitors and potential abusers are identified and IP addresses are trackable, as opposed to the unmonitored live stream. This motion is made pursuant to CRS 13132. Article 2, Sections 14 and 25 of the Colorado Constitution. Okay. The people do not oppose the relief requested, but due to their private schedules have not seen the final versions of the contents of this motion. Due to their private schedules, like business hours, sitting at their desks reading motions, they're also busy. As grounds, Mr. Morphew states, Section 13, provides all criminal court proceedings conducted in open court shall be available for remote public viewing and listening in real time through an online platform, which may include participatory web conferencing platform. Did they read their own statute? Provides that all criminal court proceedings conducted in open court shall be available for remote viewing. What's remote viewing? You can watch it privately, but you can't share. It's crazy. There are expectations, however, remote public viewing is not required if based on the particular facts and circumstances of the case. There is a reasonable likelihood remote observations of live proceedings risk compromising the safety of any person, the defendant's right to a fair trial, including violations of sequestering orders, victims' rights pursuant to Section 24. There is no less restrictive alternative that preserves the public interest in remote observation while mitigating the identified risk. Risk compromising the safety of any person includes risk to physical and emotional safety, intimidation, and harassment. Here, live streaming has invited countless unsavory characters into the lives of all parties, witnesses, victims, counsel, and members of the judiciary, and provided them with unfettered access to harass and abuse. Now, yeah, there are people out there who will harass and abuse and dox and fight and scream and carry on and cry and pitch a fit. You didn't like what I just said. Here we go. Are those people worth even talking about? I wish they wouldn't do it, because then it affects everything. Live streaming is available for most criminal cases in Colorado by going to the website coloradojudicial.gov. The home screen landing page prominently states in two places in two fonts, warning, do not record or reproduce the court proceedings. Any recording of these proceedings, including any audio recording, visual recording, screen capture, or photograph. There's one on my thumbnail of Barry, and it's a mug shot. Kate, that's not... Oh, I'm just thinking, guys, I had to stop and think to myself for a moment, because I need to watch what I say right now. Without the express prior written authorization of the court, is prohibited and may subject you to contempt proceedings, including a fine, jail, or both. Should I start one of them fancy little goals here on the YouTube's Salty's bail fund in case? I started to start one this morning and put a goal, a $5 super chat, so I'm going to call it my So Salty Can Cuss Fund. Because if I cuss too much, they want to interfere with my little $2 live streaming revenue. Whatever. Without the express written consent. I don't want to go to jail or get a fine over Barry Morphew. Despite statutory and CJD prohibitions, the warning stated above, the status conference hearing held on September 2nd was live streamed by at least 2 YouTuber accounts. We know one was without a doubt JLR. I didn't realize this other person had done it as well. And this is in the document now. We've seen in other documents where they will absolutely take screenshots from social media and place them in the documents. They subpoenaed whole YouTube channels in the Brian Koberger case, including the comment section, subscribers, everything. Who are they looking at? What comments? They're watching YouTube. They watch live streams. The attorney may not. Someone on their team is. They're gauging what social media is saying about their client and their case. Is it benefiting us or is it hindering us, right? YouTube user accounts reaching viewers in this judicial district in Colorado across the country and throughout the world. Multiple ads, commercials interrupted the broadcast. That's the only way some of us make money, is a little bit of a commercial. While Tombstones only has 100 subscribers, JLR Investigates has 432,000. As of September 16, 2025, the JLR broadcast and live streaming of September 2nd, 2025 hearing has over 17,000 views and counting on the YouTube. They're going to go and do their little investigation in JLR in just a moment. They're going to do what the rest of us, well, they're going to go do what most of us had done a long time ago. The filming and simultaneous broadcasts include everything that could be seen on the live stream, including a view of the victims and everyone else in the courtroom. The names of those admitted into the court's WebEx are also displayed. JLR has filmed himself committing contempt of court by live streaming the hearing. JLR can't never stay out of trouble. In this motion, live stream image on the left below is referred to as JLR broadcast, and the live stream image on the right is identified as tombstones. Notably, both broadcasts include the prominent display of the live stream notice that proceedings may not be recorded or transmitted. JLR's like, I don't care. I'll sue you. Hold my beer. The contemporaneous commentary. Oh, that commentary gets us every time. Emblazoned across the courtroom images throughout the JLR broadcast is venomous and threatening towards not only Mr. Morphew, but his daughters who are victims in the case. Here are some examples. Y'all know JLR over there throwing mad shade too. Looks like, well, be going on a bear hunt, everyone. He's a monster. Victims' daughters are just showing disgraceful behavior now. What the hell is wrong with these judges? Barry is an animal and this judge is a fool. Warning, I'm reading a court document. Powers that be, don't come after me. Barry is an animal and this judge is a fool. Judge would need to hide herself. Something suspicious about Barry and the daughter's relationship. Ooh, JLR. It's inconceivable that these girls cannot support their mother, the woman who gave birth to them, over a man that took her life. Absolutely crazy. Here's the thing about Barry Morphew's daughters. I don't come at them either way. Honestly, I don't care. And when I say that, I mean they had a mother and they got a father. I don't know them, their relationships. I can't tell those girls how to feel and think about their dad and what they thought about their mother and who may have killed her. Right? They're not the ones on trial. Barry Morphew is. But I know Barry played property and money shuffle, and the girls benefited. Is that the safe way to say it? God bless Susan, and may you get the justice she deserves. His children are delusional. Their poor mom, how horrified she must be. Shame on the girls, they will see. His attorney said, since he lost his wife, not since his wife was missing, or not since his wife went missing with another man like they said. He should have no bond. His attorney should be arrested for accessory after the crime and fired. Looks like his daughters walked in. I can tell by the black hair and the blonde hair and the clothes they wear. And then it says, after the court hearing concluded, JLR commented for some 15 minutes about the court's ruling, Mr. Morphew, and the deficiencies of the prosecution and the defense. He followed up by posting the same on X. And then, of course, it has his Twitter post there. Barry's daughters know he murdered Susan Morphew. They are covering for him. This is a trio of evil, JLR says. JLR pledged to continue live broadcasting all the way through the trial. Y'all think he will now? JLR investigates is Jonathan Lee Riches. A quick search on Wikipedia reveals the following summary. Jonathan Lee Riches is a convicted felon known for the many lawsuits he has filed in various United States district courts. He was arrested for violating his federal probation in 2012 when he left the Eastern District of the state of Pennsylvania without permission. He drove to Connecticut and impersonated the uncle of Adam Lanza, the shooter in the Sandy Hook Elementary incident. And he did. And they provide the link. Mr. Rich's identity is corroborated by the logo he places in the corner of his videos. At Westlaw Pacer CCES, search reveals multiple findings of vexatious filings by Mr. Riches, including filing suits in the U.S. District Court for the District of Colorado. And then they name Riches versus the Ghostbusters, Riches versus Beavis and Butthead. Y'all, I knew this dude he's like, I think he holds the world's record for most lawsuits, and that's legit. And I've known he sued the Statue of Liberty and his mama. Beavis and Butthead, really? And the Ghostbusters. Mr. Riches filed case against former Denver Nugget Allen Iverson, Denver County, former Denver Bronco coach Mike Shanahan, Denver County, former Denver Nugget Carmelo Anthony, Denver County. Okay. Mr. Riches also claimed to represent Aurora theater shooter James Holmes in an eviction action in Adams County. Mr. Riches wrote to the judge, "My name is Jonathan Lee Riches, and I represent James Holmes. I seek the return of all property in James Holmes' apartment. This is my property. I met James in computer hacking chat rooms in the mid-90s. Mr. Holmes was born in 1987. So how did he meet a man in the mid-90s? Okay, he was young, and we lived together. And I financed all the property related to the case. I'm also very famous and high profile. Please Google me. James is also innocent, and I can be found on James Holmes' Innocent Facebook group." Mr. Riches then provides his then home address in Pennsylvania. So he is not a Florida native, people. Get that idea out of your. We get unfortunate and get these weirdos that come down here and want to set up shop, and the next thing you know, Florida man's created. No, JLR, get your ass back to Pennsylvania with the rest of them weirdos, the Jeepers and the Creepers who ain't right in the head. Last one came out of Pennsylvania. For over a decade, federal courts restricted Mr. Riches' ability to file these lawsuits and motions. Pacer search indicated that at the time, Mr. Riches has been a party to 3,668 cases. Well, see, JLR just gave them reasons to come after him like they did, but my friend didn't. The instant action is another example of the attempts by Mr. Riches using absurd aliases to initiate cases in this court and make bizarre allegations, often naming as defendant newsmakers, celebrities, both fictional and non-fictional. Mr. Riches is a fraudster and convicted felon in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Texas, later transferred to the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Mr. Riches is he originally from Texas? I don't know where the hell this dude's from. Mr. Riches was charged with 16 various counts of fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud, and money laundering. I wonder how much money JLR ended up with over time by doing all this. He got a little condo down there near the beach. He likes to take little walks around it and pretend he's a Floridian. The court sentenced him to the Bureau of Prisons for a term of 125 months. Thereafter, Mr. Riches was found in violation of his supervised release. Hey, MB. Good morning, sir. Welcome in. While counsel did not check every state for court records, Mr. Riches, the Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas alone lists the following docket matters. Among the many charges includes harassment and intercepting communications, stalking, ethnic intimidation, disclosing, and interception communications. Within a year of discharging his federal supervised release in July of 2018, a grand jury for the United States District Court of Arizona, they cite the case number, indicted Riches indicted Riches for filing false and fraudulent writings. Mr. Riches posing under the name Jared Lee Loeffner. Wow. JLR. Congressman Gabby Gifford. He sued Congressman Gabby Gifford for $25 million. What? And on March 19th, the court placed Riches on 5 years probation. Presumably, he discharged his sentence on March 29, 2024. A year ago? He discharged his sentence on March 29, 2024, based on information contained in various public records. Mr. Riches resides outside of Tampa, Florida. Now, nary a year after being released from federal probation, live stream permits people like Mr. Riches to commit contempt of court and rile up the public, treating the parties to the Morphew litigation as mere entertainment for him and his followers. Well, some of us do find true crime entertainment. I'm afraid to say, I'm not afraid. 40 years I've been following true crime. My oldest babies are in their mid-30s. I'm not scared to say it. I ain't never been scared of my age. 30, 40, 50, 60, hell, it's all the same to me, as long as I feel good. This consumption of true crime entertainment is not limited to Mr. Riches. Mr. Morphew was a topic of panels in Denver at CrimeCon. Now they're going to attack the CrimeCon. He wasn't the only subject that people talked about at CrimeCon. No. The public filing of a victim impact statement resulted in worldwide headlines and countless social media postings. YouTube users filmed themselves calling the Alamosa Sheriff's Department inquiring Mr. Morphew's bond. They were looking for information. So I don't know who these two ladies are. Some of y'all might recognize them, but apparently they go on their little live stream and they decide to call up the jail and question them about Barry's bail. Now, people were calling up the Latah County Jail too. I do not have any phone calls placed to county jails. No. I ain't trying to get involved that deep with them. Don't mean I won't look them up online. Jail views easy to do. I jail view my peeps all the day. Not my peeps, but my town. My sister, every single morning with her coffee, I think that's her go-to news, is who's on the jail view, who got arrested last night. And if she sees somebody she knows or recognizes, she's going to send me the screenshot. We like to investigate stuff around here. We get it from our mama. Mr. Richardson verbally engages with someone live blogging, claiming to be a resident of Alamos County. Ah, you're welcome, Starla. Thank you. Be safe out there in Alamosa County. Seems like they might be defending criminals out there and giving criminals an opportunity to hit the street. JLR. He goes on, and like Denise said in the comments, I'll be half trying to hunt him down. Oh, y'all don't want me to highlight your comments no more or say them out loud in case we get in a court document? Y'all gonna be like, Salty, damn it. Should you have to read my shady comment out loud? Now we're in a court doc. Well, violation of court orders and rules with respect to live streaming is not restricted to this particular hearing. The case has extracted extreme vitriol, threats, and harassment against Mr. Morphew, his daughters, his defense team, and courts. Now, this next section coming up, you guys who are friends of the channel know I follow this account. Matt and Matt MB Inc. is Matt. Matt's in the chat. Matt is always respectful. His X account's amazing. It's a treasure trove of information. He himself is a great person. And I can say there's things shared privately that do not get put out there for the masses because some people have integrity. And so what if you say something or post the truth, right? Now we get JLR. He's out there fighting the good fight for all of us, but JLR comes with a lot of baggage. CrimeCon doesn't, and neither does Matt. Immediately after the court proceeding, the name, image, and home address of Barry Morphew's elderly mother was posted conspicuously online by a person identifying himself as Matt Black Inc. And there's a screenshot of Matt's post. Now, Matt's got a follow-up post to that. I need to go check it out. Matt has long been posting about this case, and there is every indication they will continue to do so. I can attest to that. I'm pretty sure he will continue to do so. Matt, I don't mean to speak out for you, but I think you will. So there's his X account. During previous proceedings, there were threats not only against Mr. Morphew, but also his legal team, requiring security measures. The personal information of attorneys was posted online. A dead fox was found on the porch of one of the attorneys' homes. Which one of y'all did that? Don't say you don't say it out loud. I'm teasing, y'all know that. So the defense, one of his attorneys found a dead fox on the porch, and anonymous letters were sent to the home address of his attorneys. Negative online reviews of counsel are constant. Now, if people believed in Barry, they may not be that negative toward defense counsel. Excuse me, got the hiccups. Notice they really didn't go into anything bad, right, about Matt, except he posted a name and whatever, he didn't actually dox his mom. So they're big mad at you for posting actual truth and knowledge about the case, MB. How dare they? That's all they got for you. A previous district court and notice they just cite these, JLR, the other live stream, Matt's account, and these ladies that called up the jail. A previous district court judge on this case, Ramsey Lama, was doxxed with his home address posted online. There we go. You know, just the attention that you can draw to the case with some post, right? Posting of a document, sharing an article, sharing a story. That's the kind of stuff that you find on MB's Twitter. I don't see a lot of personal commentary going down. I don't see how dare these daughters kind of talk going down. None of that. It's like it's just news, right? So when are they going to stop pretending that social media is not like mainstream media anymore and singling them out, right? That bothers me. You know how we got crappy mainstream media, legacy media, and we got good ones. Same thing goes for social media. Right. Public docs and the last trial. Oh my goodness. Maybe. It's all right, Butterfly. We'll take it, right? We'll take one for the team. We'll do whatever has to be taken. A previous district judge he claims he was doxxed. On June 20th, 2025, the court issued a lengthy and detailed order regarding expanded media coverage. In it, court rules at Part 12, there shall be no zoom or close-up or close-ups made of any proceedings. Now, remember, well, some of you may not, but long time ago, Ann Taylor's like, y'all cannot be coming to court and zooming in on my client. Stop it. The judge agreed. The pool camera feed, which was court TV, got told, we're not doing that no more. Just don't zoom in on the defendant. What the heck did court TV do the very next Koberger hearing? Zoomed right on in, and we're all like, no, don't with the zoom. You're going to get us all into trouble. The judge is like, what are y'all doing? Fixed camera. So they don't want you to zoom in, which, okay, I get it, whatever. Don't do what they did in the Leticia Stalk trial. fixed camera, no zooming. You got what you got. If you can't see because you're half blind, like me, then we're just SOL. We can still hear, well, for the most part. Despite this, in both subsequent hearings, the media ignored the court's order and zoomed in on Morphew. They got court TV. Look at it. Mr. Morphew's large smile. I'm being polite right now. What if I don't want to be? Y'all, y'all know me. I can't go without throwing the shade. Jesus, Barry, stop it with your big goofy ass grin. There, I said it. I got it out. While the abuse of the EMC order is grounds for a different motion, it is raised here to express the need to limit what the public is consuming. I don't like that line. Grounds for a different motion, it is raised here to express the need to limit what the public is consuming. I don't need another adult making a decision on what I consume publicly. That's kind of like controlling the media. We don't want this story out there. Use this one instead. That's an unflattering photo. Could you use this one instead? Hey, could you kill that story? It doesn't really look good on a lot of people here in town. Just give us a minute. Sure, thanks. Y'all know how that game is played. I got proof. Goodness gracious. We don't want to mess up the right to a fair trial. I think the Constitution pretty much preserves the right, and I think the right to a fair trial literally falls back on the attorneys and the judge and the justice system. What would they allow into court today? Don't worry about what I'm saying over here on this live stream about the court. What's the judge going to allow into court as evidence, and what is he not? How are these attorneys going to fight or prosecute? How's the defense team going to defend? We can't talk about that stuff. Why not? The abuse of live streaming represents a blatant violation of this court's order against broadcasting and live stream proceedings, as well as the court's specific prohibition on photographing and publishing images of the victims. So are the victims here, or what are they considering, the daughters and any other witness? Because Barry is not a victim, he's a defendant, right? I don't really care about showing his daughter's pictures. I know what they look like. Google JLR, he'll show you. It's all over the Instagram. It's not hard to find. I found all kind of stuff that I haven't shown on a live stream because it feels kind of icky a little bit. I don't like feeling icky when I do stuff. Either I'm down or I'm not. I don't do the in-between ickiness. That feels ugh. Kind of like that Celeste and David case. There's a lot of sensationalism. I could do a 3-hour, 4-hour, 5-hour stream today alone and regurgitate all the photos and stuff people have been saying, but none of it's backed up anywhere, and the dude ain't been arrested, so I'm moving on until he is. Bless your heart, little girl. We hope you find who did that and whatever. It cannot be doubted that in the setting of the extraordinary hysteria and vitriol surrounding this case, all individually and communally creative and reasonable likelihood of risk to physical and emotional safety, intimidation, and harassment. I wish people didn't feel the need to go follow Barry and his girls around and harass. That's not going to get him prosecuted. If you want to go sit in the car with a long lens and peep, go for it. Inflaming tens of thousands of viewers to hunt Mr. Morphew and calling his daughters part of a trio of evil and declaring the court would need to hid herself. is alarming, illegal, and by any definition is harassment, intimidation, traumatic to emotional safety, and a risk to physical and safety of Mr. Morphew, his daughters, counsel, and the court. The public trial guarantee is a right created for the benefit of the defendant. Say that again. The public trial guarantee is a right created for the benefit of the defendant. And then they cite Gannett versus DePascal. The Sixth Amendment right to a public trial is best understood as a trial that is open to the public, meaning that the public has a reasonable opportunity to be physically present or to observe proceedings. This is not a right that requires live streaming of court proceedings. What what's the difference if it's live streamed or you just go watch it from the court feed, right? So we can't talk about it in real time or zoom in or show photos. To be sure, however, the purpose of the right to a public fair trial extends beyond the accused. Public access to criminal trials permits the public to participate in and serve as a check upon the judicial process. Hold on, my dog is barking. Let me figure out what she's doing. She barking at the chicken. Okay. Access to criminal trials permits the public to participate in and serve as a check upon the judicial process. And if we don't get to see things, that's bad. But they are like, you can see it, just don't talk about it and share it. Okay, we'll hold one of them little fancy podcasts and we'll pretend like we're adults for a moment and have a serious conversation about legal strategies. And we won't use cuss words and go after people derogatorily. See, we can be adults around here. To the extent to the right to attend criminal trials is implicit in the guarantees of the First Amendment. That right is satisfied by permitting the public to attend the trial in person. But they understand, right? This is 2025 and we just can't jump in the horse and buggy and get there to watch it in person. We'd like to use this little magical box and watch it in the comfort of the home. I prefer watching it in the comfort of my home any day over a hard courtroom that's uncomfortable, surrounded by a bunch of people breathing my air. Just as government may impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions upon the use of its streets in the interest of such objectives as the free flow of traffic, so may a trial judge, in the interest of the fair administration of justice, impose reasonable limitations on access to a trial. They're going to compare the trial to the streets. Oh boy. Hey, if we can block off the street for public safety, we need to block off this live streaming for public safety. Thus, while the press and public have a constitutional right to observe court proceedings, these constitutional rights do not compel the court to offer remote live streaming of any proceedings. So as long as the courthouse remains open and members of the public who wish to observe the proceedings may do so in person, like Delphi, like how we had to sit up for hours at night and listen to 3 different people, attorneys who were there taking different notes and hoping we got the gist of it. We appreciate all their efforts because otherwise we wouldn't have known nothing but a 10-minute little recap at the end of the night on the news. And I can't count on them to bring me the truth of the matter. Like, they really want me to bust off with a whole ass legal podcast on this. Let me go. Where's them YouTube attorneys at? Are y'all scared to talk about this kind of stuff publicly? Because y'all dance around a lot of, oh, well, today we're going to read this. And can we talk about real stuff and the legal ramifications of this type of stuff? Because that is my jams. I can remember studying the Constitution in elementary school and being fascinated with it. And I remember what it must have been like for all of them to be sitting around a room deciding what to put into the Constitution. Have y'all ever thought about that? Because I have many, many times. Like, all the time. And how do we honor that going forward? The only less restrictive alternative that counsel suggests is for the court to terminate the live stream while allowing persons with verified, requiring an email address to register, a WebEx account user's platform to remotely observe proceedings. You want us to come and have to register and put our names out there, all of our info, because we want to watch Barry's court proceedings to see if Suzanne will get justice? Susan's not here to speak for herself, so we have to do it for her. We, the people, find this a little disturbing. In that way, observers will have to identify themselves with a registered account, and their IP identifier may be tracked by the court's IT department if necessary. Excuse me. Y'all doxing people? Big bad government? Or you really are the python, aren't you? While counsel is skeptical that this alternative will ensure there is no audio or visual recording, including photography or screenshots. How many did I say I had on my phone yesterday, guys? Over 16,000 screenshots. Got quite a few of Barry, among other people. It's a less restrictive measure short of terminating all viewing and listening in real time. Yeah, we had to stay up all night and listen to Lori Vallow's trial too in Idaho because we couldn't watch it. But we could sure watch Chad's cold, dead, blank stare. We couldn't watch Zombie Lori. That's what she was in Idaho, Zombie Lori. No lawyer Lori present, zombie lawyer. Undersigned counsel. Okay, whatever. But you counsel. And because Barry, he made bond, there was another document. Barry's not indigent. No, sir, no, sir. I think they had to file now to, let me see. I don't want to mess this up. Let me get it right. What do you guys think about them going to those measures? We all know how I don't watch JLR. I expect JLR to sensationalize everything he touches, right? Everything he touches, that's what the man does. So I choose not to watch JLR. Occasionally, accidentally, he slides into my little feed there, and I'm like, oh, look, JLR again. I laugh. I can't take that guy seriously. Hell, I've debunked some of the stuff he's put out on his little live streams. Like, wait a minute, JLR, that makes no sense. Let me go and fact check you real quick, buddy. But if you go fact check anything MB puts out, you're wasting your time. He's bringing the facts, right? Are they going to extremes to get us out of there? Do y'all, are we too mean sometimes? Could we do better? Probably. But not today. Okay, so I'm not going to pull this up on the screen because I didn't download it like I should. It's only a 2-pager. I'll tell you guys what it says. David Beller of Wretched Kornfeld and Jane Fisher, on behalf of Barry Morphew, moves to change their status designation from alternate defense counsel to privately retained counsel. On today's date, supporters of Morphew posted bond on his behalf. Not Barry Morphew himself, not a family member, but supporters of Mr. Morphew posted bond on his behalf. Enjoy that shower that night at home, Bubba. The hot meal and stuff. Lordy, lordy. Mr. Morphew will exhaust all resources and pay for his representation moving forward. Should his status change in the future, Mr. Morphew will comply with the requirements. Now, do we think that he's being crowdfunded? Who's paying for Mr. Morphew's defense since everything is no longer in his name? I about spit my drink out. Stop it. I literally almost did. Wow. I mean, they're going to extremes over there. I'm sorry you ended up in a document, dude. You didn't even try. You weren't even doing anything. You're just reporting with the facts, you know. Oh, goodness, I thought I shut the stream down by accident. He reports the facts, guys. Let me, we're going to move on here in just 1 second. Oh, let me check this real quick. Okay, cool. Oh, okay. Well, sorry guys, I didn't realize my inbox had stuff in it that I needed to look at. All right, so let me pull this up and we're going to move on to our next story. All right. Get this down. Hey, can one of my mods, if you haven't already, I haven't paid attention, sorry. If y'all haven't yet, will you drop MB's link to his X account? Oh, I'm over here trolling MB's Twitter account, guys. Thank you, sir. He has an update for us on Rex Heuermann. We've been following the case here. Remember, we were talking about they wanted to sever the cases of the 7 murders. So, one trial breaking. Okay, Judge Timothy Mazzei rules accused Gilgo Beach serial killer will be tried on 7 murders in 1 case. But the next court hearing won't happen until January of 2026. Wow. Yeah, they want to dox viewers, MB. Like, come on. Okay, so Heuermann's cases, all 7 will be tried in one case, and we won't go back to court in that case until January, guys. So take a look at MB's Twitter account, guys. You'll find some really great stuff on there, different stories and cases that he covers, and he follows up on them. He gives you updates. He gives you court documents. It's really a good account to follow. I highly suggest it. Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on what happens over there. Wonder how the judge will rule on this Morphew motion. Will they agree? Will they say, okay, we'll put the brakes on WebEx only? Am I going to be forced to go make an account and sign up and all that? I mean, just to watch it? We can't. So does that mean Court TV can't reproduce a segment about it? Can they not air any? You know what I'm saying? Or we just, what's happening here? Oh, thank you, MB. I'm trying. Oh boy. I'm trying. And you help out with that a lot by bringing the facts. And if I have any questions about anything before I even discuss it publicly, I'm coming to ask you a question. Is this correct? What do you think about this? We don't want bad information, misinformation put out there, right? Susan Morphew deserves justice, like all the victims in these cases. Without a victim, there wouldn't be a defendant, and we wouldn't even be sitting here having a conversation. That's the way I feel about it. And these victims don't have voices sometimes once they're silenced. You know, they have their close families maybe, but other than that, they have nothing. And then the defendant's going to ride in hot with all their rights being preserved. It's all about me, 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 me now. I didn't do anything, innocent until proven guilty. We get it. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so this next thing I'm going to show you guys, Plunder released a little video last night. Plunder True Crime. I didn't check this morning's I didn't check it last night or this morning, but it looks like the Moscow PD dropped some more photos. Now, the ones I saw on her video are almost identical to the ones we already have. There's a few new ones in there. But she got an interesting letter, a reply for a FOIA request she did. And she also had a question about one of the images, and I was able to answer it for her, and I want to show you guys what I was talking about. Exactly. She is. I don't care what her past was, what her relationships were, right, MB, during the time. I've read all that. We went over that whole messages exchanges here on the channel. That it's all about Susan's life. But Susan was a victim. Period. I don't know what causes people to do some of the things they do in life. She had been through it. What, cancer survivor, bad marriage, lots of things, she was a victim no matter what. Okay, so one of the images, I'm not going to show Plunder's whole video, guys. I will download the PDF with all the photos, because I'm making it's a work in progress, a video of all that stuff that came down, all the photos. This dog is going nuts. Okay, so this is one she posted, the center picture here. The center photo showed up in that document drop that she had, or photo dump. And it's the tire impressions, and she didn't know where it was from. And I was like, I know exactly where that's from. It was my favorite piece of evidence that went nowhere. Because if you know me, you know I love the tire impressions, the tire treads of it all. Stefan Stearns left me some beautiful tire tread pieces out there where he put Maddie in the woods. It's like, we got tire evidence, but here it led nowhere. There is a video out there of Xana Kernodle in front of the King Road home. I've made a video about it. It's out there on the channel. When she walks in front of the King Road house, you can see this street, the King Road street, and you can see big black skid marks on the road. We don't know when those were left. We don't know if this was new tire impressions. Was this old? We did not know. Now, the photos to the left and the right is zoomed in, and the one on the left's the original. Those were taken by Fox News Digital very early on in the case. They were literally outside the King Road house taking these photos. They did measurements of the skid. So I was wondering, I always wondered, because there's a whole database of tire impressions out there. If Koberger's car left that impression and the tire was still on the car, could they match it? Everybody's like, oh, he went, from Idaho over or Washington to Pennsylvania. I know. My daddy's a car dude. He's a race car driver. I know a lot. I still want to know, did the Elantra have the 4 tires from the November 13th? If not, did you change one? Where did you change it and why? Did you got a receipt on that? Did we purchase a tire on a cross-country trip? We have a blowout? What? Tell me something. But apparently, these went nowhere. If they matched, and Taylor never brought it up in none of her hearings. It never came out on a document, nothing. So that was just the clarification on where this picture, and you can tell from the marker here on the center photo and the envelope laying next to it, it's the same one as they're photographing in this picture on the left and the right. Okay. Then she also got this return letter. And apparently she put in, now in Florida, we have the broadest sunshine laws in the country. We got all the stuff on Stern's mommy and daddy jail calls, text messages, all the things. We got it all. So she sent in a public records request addressed to Latah County Sheriff's Office dated September 3rd of 2025. And as for her request, Brian Kohberger's jail calls, audio, jail file, call history, disciplinary records, visitor history, approved visitors list, mail, GTL tablet info, etc. She knows what to ask for. She does it all the time. The release of these records would continue. Then they say the release of these records would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy pursuant to Idaho code. We need to look up that code and see what it says for real. An unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. What is unwarranted? Do we need a reason to look at the stuff? Can we, curious maybe? Would that make it warranted? Your request for release of records pursuant to public records law has been reviewed by the legal counsel for Latah County. If you believe you are aggrieved by this response, you have the right to initiate proceedings with the District Court of Latah County, provided, however, that such proceedings must be filed within 180 calendar days of this decision. It is signed by the Civil Deputy Prosecuting Attorney. Wow. So not everybody's blessed as we are in Florida to get all the goods. Shoot. 2 years of Casey Anthony pre-trial. We saw every jailhouse call video, every ugly face she ever made at her mama, every nasty word spoken. We heard it all for 2 solid years before her trial. It didn't matter in the end. So people can come at me sideways. I don't care. Point is, it did not affect the outcome of Casey Anthony's trial. So all of these people like Morphew and Kohberger and blah, 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 their rights. We do it in Florida all day long. I could literally send a request right now and get somebody's jailhouse calls right now in my state. And it's not considered an unwarranted invasion of their personal privacy. Do you have personal privacy once you go to jail? I mean, I can see it to an extent, but don't go to jail. It's one of those, damned if you do and damned if you don't types of situations. So, how do we feel about that? Why do some states honor, like Florida, have this broad law where we give you everything in discovery or a FOIA request, and certain states are like, no, we don't find that's necessary? It's kind of strange. They're saying in Pennsylvania we can't get the body cam footage of his Brian Kohberger's arrest because nobody got the FOIA request in on time. Like, how do y'all, what did we have, 10 days? 30 days from the date of arrest? People put those requests in almost immediately. So how come they're not being honored? People got those requests in literally within a week of Brian Kohberger's arrest. They should have been on the books, in the docket, in the whatever, in the courthouse filings, in the requested FOIA packet. So I find it strange that how they're dodging some of this stuff, and how they're all very, the laws just vary all across the country as to what can get released and what does, what does and doesn't get released. Yeah. we s- we can. In Casey Anthony's case, we had the video and the audio of those phone calls, and her mama been arguing. My word. Nasty statements made to one another. Cindy getting all kind of frustrated with Casey. It's like that was when you get your popcorn out. Maybe we'll do like a thing on that where you can get all the calls and just watch a live stream of Casey Anthony's ridiculous phone calls to her mama. Okay. Getting caught up on what you guys are saying. Hey, Miss Woozy, thanks for coming in. And thanks for coming in and supporting MB. We support you. You keep fighting the good fight, sir. We appreciate accounts like you. We really do. There's some, Twitter is just like the YouTubes, guys. There's dangerous places that I avoid at all costs, but there's some very smart people on Twitter as well that I absolutely love to follow. Okay, so let's touch on the Karen Reed situation for a moment. We're not going to play this entire hearing. It was aired on Court TV. You guys know where to find Court TV on your YouTubes. Go find yesterday's hearing. You'll see it, and you can watch the whole thing in its entirety if you like. Let me get this, what we're going to show, because we're waiting. We here at the channel, I'm waiting on T. Okay, there was a lot of things said in the opening statements by the defense team in the Karen Reed case that I never saw come to fruition in the trial. Like alternative suspects. I get it wasn't their fault. I get that. But will it come up in this civil suit? Okay, let me get us all set up here where we need to be. How many of you guys got to watch this yesterday? Did you? It was on in the afternoon after we were done with our live. Where's my? Oh, here it is. Okay, now I need to be at. Now, John O'Keefe's family is suing Karen Reed in civil litigation, even though she was found not guilty. OJ was found not guilty, then sued in civil litigation later, and the family won. Ron Goldman and Nicole Simpson's families. Okay, let me get this here. Let me get the share screen up here. Okay, I'm going to let this start. What? Woozy, did they make you hold up a piece of notebook paper with the date and a code written on it and take a selfie and send it in? Oh, goodness, that's me throwing shade at Koberger's little selfies in his notebook paper. You watched part of it? Okay. We're just going to watch a little clip here and hear what these attorneys have to say and watch this. I'm like, dang, girl.
Julie Seligson? Thank you, Your Honor. As we're anticipating the status of this case, it's important to inform the court that from Ms. Reed's perspective, we have affirmative claims that we intend to bring on her behalf. Those claims stem from the same facts that I'd issue in this case. Those claims, Your Honor, are against parties that are not in the litigation at this point, including the Massachusetts State Police, Lieutenant Brian Tully in his personal capacity, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan in his personal capacity, Michael Proctor. Those claims would be in the nature of violations of Karen Reed's civil rights. In conspiracy, the claims against the Massachusetts State Police would be negligent training, supervision, and retention of Massachusetts State Police troopers. We also intend, Your Honor, to bring claims, affirmative claims, against Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins, who were the occupants of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on the night in question. Those claims will be in the nature of civil conspiracy, violation of Karen Reid's civil rights, and then a claim against the town of Canton through its police department for negligent failure to secure the garage in the Sally Port. We asking the court's permission to bring those claims in this case because they do arise out of the same nucleus of operative facts. In order for us to fairly defend Ms. Reid in this case, those claims, those parties need to be asserted in this case. What we'd like to ask the court's indulgence for is we have a proposal of how to bring those claims in, given the voluminous nature of this case. That would be 10 additional parties coming in. To do that, we would be alleging that the individuals in the House diverted attention away from themselves towards Ms. Reid, that law enforcement then acting on that diverted attention away from her, because the people in the House were either police or police adjacent who were socially and personally connected. Then they collectively conspired to ensure that what happened in the House was not explored and investigated. And instead, Ms. Reid was wrongfully targeted, maliciously prosecuted, made to face 2 criminal trials for the death of John O'Keefe, and is now facing allegations of wrongful death, all stemming from the same claims. How do we synthesize the process to bring these claims and parties in? What we're asking the court to consider is for us, at the time we file her answer to the complaint, we've got some claims that we're asking to be dismissed. Regardless of how the court decides those, we still have to file an answer on her behalf. Our suggestion would be to file those claims against those parties in the same pleading. Serve all of those new parties with that complaint. Allow them 30 days, not the normal 20 days, to respond so the court can have one hearing on whether some may bring dispositive motions, some may file general answers, so that we can then decide how and who is in the case and proceed forward. So I bring that to the court's attention. And I'm happy to brief it so that Mr. Diller can have an opportunity.
Well, at a minimum, you're going to do that. I'm envisioning what the plaintiffs are going to say to this rather extraordinary process, but go ahead.
But that would be, otherwise it's going to be in a very unwieldy, delay-inducing process, and we're not looking to do that. This accounts for trying to conserve judicial resources, trying to have a streamlined approach, at the same time making sure that all the claims and all the parties are in this case. The alternative would be for us to file a separate action on Ms. Reid's behalf, alleging these claims, and then move to consolidate immediately with this case, which Your Honor has broad discretion to allow. The point being, the claims should be in this case. They all arrive out of the same facts. They're not separate. And that's essentially what we'd like to do. We'd like to brief that, Your Honor, and have the plaintiffs respond and then proceed from there.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a lot. That was a mouthful, right? As far as what she's going to countersue and who they're leveling accusations against and how many will end up in this civil litigation she's going to launch against them. She absolutely should file against the Massachusetts State Police, right? The Canton Police Department. Failure to secure the garage door of the Sally Port. Whoa, yeah, all of that, absolutely. What kind of civil, how would a case like that proceed against the people in the House, right? Would a civil jury find them negligent? We'll have to wait and see. So Alan Jackson's not really a civil litigation expert, but he is a Karen Reid expert. So he brings that element to the table and all that knowledge of the case and all the details. And little Mr. Wolf was sitting there, our tiny desk guy. I was like, there he is. Tiny desk guy is back. So we'll have to just keep an eye on what's happening there. We're not going to spend tons of time covering that unless, really good information comes out, and I'll be keeping an eye on documents in that case because I'm interested in what the documents will have to say, because that's what matters in the end, right? We all know if you followed the case and you were here for the trial, you know the backstory, you know the alternate situation that could have happened, you know the people who were in the home. So we'll have to keep an eye on what all goes on over there. And did y'all notice who was in the courtroom sitting in the gallery behind O'Keefe's family? I was like, is that you, girl? Hold on, let me zoom in. Let me take a screenshot and zoom in and make sure. Pretty sure that was her. Carrie Roberts was sitting there. I didn't see Jen McCabe, her little friend. I didn't see her. It might take years, Rachel. A lot of a lot of cases are prolonged a lot longer than they should. It takes 3 years to get a case to trial these days. If you're lucky, if we can get there within a 3 year, especially a high profile type case, if we can get there in 3 years, that's the goal, I think, at this point. Like Ann Taylor would have been, she'd have been happy with 5 years, because Lord knows that woman, she would have needed it. She knew that already, though. That's why I think she kept saying, I need more time. She's like, I'm going to need 10 years. This guy's a little difficult. All right, so Miss Karen Reed and her 7 civil litigation attorneys, I'm sure, have it all under control over there in Canton. And we'll see how that works out. Now, I also know, I don't know the details because I'll be honest, I'm not paying attention. Part of it doesn't have a bearing on Karen Reed's case for me, but there's some litigation going on with that Turtle Boy guy or whatever his name is, and something else. I don't even know. All right, so let's get into now what we were going to do today's topic about. I hope you guys are still with me. Those of you who are interested in this Delphi stuff, I appreciate y'all coming in and getting the case update, because that case update was like an hour long. It took us a minute to move through all that, hour and a half. We like to be caught up so we don't get behind. Judge is like, consider it, guys, and then we can get this wrapped up in a neat little bow. I wonder, what would you agree to? Like, maybe Karen's team does need to file like a whole separate, because this is really about, is she hijacking? And I don't mean to say it that way, because this is John's family filed suit against her. But how do you file suit against somebody who claims they're innocent and they claim somebody else did it, right? How do you defend yourself if you can't bring that in? So it's kind of like, that's why it needs to come in, because why are you going to find this woman guilty of anything? She didn't do it, right? So I don't know. They got a mess on their hands to figure out over there. And we'll see what happens as it proceeds. All right, let me get my document all pulled up here. This is a really long document. We're not going to finish it today. We're just not. Although I don't really have to rush off or anything like that. I wish that the courts would just all get together and come to an understanding of what transparency really means, and quit beating around the bush with your cutesy pie little words. Coming out here with your word salad type statements, your standard issued verbiage. It's got to go. It's like rhetoric, and I'm tired of it, and I feel like you're dumbing me down, and you're talking down to me and insulting intelligence and all the things all at one time, when you act like don't know what you're saying, but I'm sorry, I was trying to read a comment and finish my thought at the same time. Yeah, well, a guy can hope, Butterfly, right? He's like, oh, maybe they can. He's not Judge, what's her name? Canone, Judge Bev. At least I don't have to look at her or the OnlyFans right now. Good Lord, I wouldn't watch it. Look, I got to go over to Carroll County. Guys, I got to go to Delphi and deal with the real judge, Judge Gull. Judge Francis Gull from Indiana. Judge Bev's like, yeah, y'all come at me. Y'all saw that lady and what she does, right? Jeez, give me a break. All right. No, the judge probably. I don't know. Do you think y'all know how when jurors are seated, they're like asked all the questions? Have you heard about the case? Have you seen social media? Blah blah blah. Do you think the judge in the civil suit knows all? He can't not know about the criminal trials, right? If you live in Boston or Canton and you normally watch the evening news, you can't avoid it. Hell, even the jurors knew about the Karen Reed, so yeah, he probably knows what he's up against. All right, guys, let me mute out for 1 second. I'm sorry, I was laughing at the comments. Gull is incomprehensible. All right, let me go and grab a drink. I need a water. I'll be right back, and we'll get busy. Let me get y'all some cute music again. Did y'all like that? Where's it at? I don't know where my buttons are. See if it works. Oh, it does work. Is that annoying? Be right back, guys. Oh. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that, guys. My grandson jacked up the last cold water. I was like, what, little boy? I didn't put my sparkles up, did I? Okay. I just about snatched my headset off my head. Lord, I'm a hot mess, guys. I'm sorry. Let me get untwisted here. There we go. Okay. Let me do this. So most of you who have followed the Delphi case know, and for those who don't, Richard Allen was arrested and charged with the murders of Abby and Libby, 5 years after the crime? So several years after, and the trial wasn't covered live. There was a lot of things that we couldn't get from the documents. The PCA was sealed forever. It's all kind of stuff. Judge Golk made ridiculous rulings over and over. They filed a Franks motion, was like 135 pages long. She literally said in court, I haven't even bothered to read it. Motion denied. You didn't bother to read it, and motion denied. Well, could you imagine Judge Hippler telling that to Ann Taylor in Idaho when she filed to try to get a Franks motion? He actually read her document. Turned out it was full of BS, but he read it. Judge Gall's like, no. So finally, after the trial was over, he was convicted, found guilty and convicted, and sentenced to 130 years in prison, which he had been in prison within 2 weeks of his arrest before trial. So we finally got documents being released in the case. Like I said, the trial was not televised. They finally released the transcripts. God, what, about a month ago? I haven't even read the transcript from the trial yet. And now they've released a bunch of more evidence and depositions in the case and all the things. So we're kind of trying to unpack what was there. Because unlike with Koberger, we have a big sealed case, but we got a lot of documents in between. Nice little neat package where we can go access them every day and read them. We didn't have that with Indiana. In fact, Judge Gull got in trouble and had to go face the Supreme Court in Indiana over this situation. Like, ma'am, you can't enter things into the docket and then pull them back out and let them sit there. They have to be in the docket. That's the law. And she's like, oh, my bad. Get busy, Jody. Put them back in there. That kind of thing. So now here we are. Now, this particular guy we're going to talk about today, in the beginning, he was an alternate suspect. The reason, there were several reasons behind why. Now, at the time, and these names are in court documents, so anything I say here is directly coming out of a court document, okay? So Abby was dating a boy, and at the time, that boy was the son of Brad Holder. Brad Holder has a lot of interesting ties to a lot of interesting people in the Delphi community and surrounding areas. There was speculation. There was accusations in court documents. There's crime scene photos to back up the court documents. There's other evidence to back up what was in the court documents. And when I'm saying that, I'm saying the Odinist angle. Was it or wasn't it? This particular person was involved with the Odinist Heathens of Indiana, just to name a few, as a true, to name a few things that they found fascinating and followed. Well,
you think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? Does this hat trigger you?
Now, hold on. I want to play that again.
You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? Does this hat trigger you?
All right. The reason Mr. Holder felt obligated to come out and put that on social media, because he put that on social media himself, wanting to know if that hat triggered us. You mean the hat that looked like the guy in the bridge guy video was wearing? That hat? Maybe.
You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? Does this hat trigger you?
Does that hat trigger you guys? Does the whole post kind of trigger you? Because I'm like, dude, what are you doing? You think that's funny? 2 little girls are dead in the woods in your town, and you're going to come post a video of yourself wearing a hat similar to what bridge guy was wearing, with a little goatee similar to the bridge guy. Facial features very similar to the bridge guy.
You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right? Well, how about this hat? Does this hat trigger you?
What would you guys think? I mean, good Lord, dude. Yeah, it's a little triggering because you are not the brightest. He's not the brightest guy on the planet at all. Sunflower soul. I like your soul. Thanks for coming in. All right, let me get that document pulled back up. So Brad Holders, who we're going to be discussing, and like I said, he gave a deposition. Now, he was questioned very early on in the case because then they began to look into the girls. They're figuring out who these girls are, the victims. Victimology has to come into play. Who are they communicating with? All the things. And when they learn of Abby's boyfriend, there were several other things that made them look at Holder, and it wasn't just the fact that his son dated one of the victims. There were social media posts by Brad Holder indicating he knew things. There was images posted to his Facebook not long after the crimes of drawings that turned out to depict almost exactly what the leaked crime scene photos showed, of victims in the woods with some sticks covering them. Sticks, you say? Yeah, we said that. So anyway, he gets interviewed, and lo and behold, all them years later, when Delphi people are like asking questions, well, where's this interview of Brad Holders? And they're like, oops, oopsie, it got recorded over. It did what? Excuse us? It got recorded over. Oh, your system failed. How convenient. Not only did you lose Brad Holders, but you also lost Patrick Westfalls, the 2 key players named in the Franks motion. I could go, we'd be here all day if I don't get on with the show. It's like, oh goodness, we'd be here all day. So I want to find out, what can I find out from Mr. Holder's deposition? So let me get the screen back up. Hey, Firefly, welcome in. I hope you're not working too hard. We miss you coming around, hanging out with us. Okay, so like I said, these guys, Brad Holder was tied to a whole handful of people. Actually, let me do this really quick because it kind of gives you another little piece to the puzzle that might make a little more sense here as to why some people feel as strongly as they do. 1 second. All right. All right, let me minimize this and get this up. Okay, so he knew and was friends with some very interesting characters, extremely interesting people. Behind the American Guard, hardcore white supremacist. Indiana has a really bad problem with prison gangs, white supremacist prison gangs who incorporate True and other things. Okay, so these people here in this image are called the Vinlanders. The Vinlanders can be found in Delphi, Indiana. The Vinlanders can be found all around Rushville, other places all around little Delphi, Indiana there. We have this group of the Vinlanders. And they were at a MAGA rally. They're also on the Southern Poverty Law Center website. They have a whole section on these people. They're not for fun. They're playing for keeps. The following piece was originally posted in our National Extremist blog page. Dozens of people showed up at the Indiana State House in Indianapolis on March 25, 2017 to support President Trump. This is not a political thing. I don't care what the president, whoever, and his administration at Make America Great Again. Rally, one of number such events held around the country. I don't care about them waving Trump flags and stuff. That is not what I'm here for. Okay. But about a dozen of the ralliers, a significant portion of the whole, were a little different. They had American flags, but also carried strange shields. Many wore T-shirts that read American Guard or Vinlanders. A few had somewhat sinister appearances, such as the marcher who wore Vinlanders sunglasses and supported a RHOWA, racial holy war, tattoo on the side of his head. Lord. And that's the American Guard shield. Oops. These marchers were actually members and associates of a group called the American Guard and were there, they later stated, to provide security for the march against the threat of left-wing protesters. The American Guard formed in Indiana in 2016 and officially went national in 2017 of February. You don't say. February 2017. While the stated goal of voluntary community protection, activism, and service based around the ideals of the American constitutional nationalism and the preservation of Western culture, the group would, it claimed, encourage Americans of any race, class, or faith to participate with us in these beliefs. It's an image of Bill the Butcher. Okay. Indeed, before the American Guard was the American Guard, it was actually the Indiana chapter of a group called the Soldiers of Odin, USA, a branch of extreme anti-immigrant and anti-refugee group that originated in Finland in 2015 and has spread to many other countries. The Soldiers of Odin conduct vigilante patrols to protect citizens from the ostensible predations of refugees. The Indiana Soldiers of Odin conducted several such patrols in 2016. As recent as a recent ADL report has shown, many Soldiers of Odin USA members are white supremacists or anti-government extremists. The man who started the Indiana Soldiers of Odin and later converted it into the American Guard is Brian James, a longtime Indiana white supremacist who was one of the founders of the Vinlanders Social Club, a hardcore racist skinhead gang that has a high association with violence. In fact, members of associates of VSC have been responsible for at least 9 murders, as well as many other crimes. Another VSC founder, Adrian Apotka, was recently arrested in Florida on federal drug robbery weapons charges as well as charges related to an alleged murder for hire plot. And then they have images of him here. Now, a number of Vinlanders took part in the Indianapolis rally, some of whom posed for photographs. All right, so this one here, this name, Vinlander probate member Johnny Messer. Remember the name. Y'all got your notepads out? Johnny Messer of Indianapolis can be seen below at the MAGA march. At the march, flashing the Vinlanders' hand sign. Not the hand sign. And in a Facebook image wearing a Vinlanders probate patch. Mickey McGinley of Indianapolis, a patched VSC member, can be seen at the MAGA march using the Vinlanders hand sign, posing with the Vinlander leader, Brian James. Below, one can see Vinlander probate member Patrick Westfall at the MAGA march, posing with other march participants in a Facebook image wearing a Vinlander probate shirt. Huh. Isn't that the guy y'all lost the interview with in Delphi, right? Interviewed within 3 days of the little girl's murder in the woods. Lost his interview. Oh, no, it didn't get lost. It got recorded over along with Holder's. And then the tip that Rick Allen gave on himself, hey, I was there, got stuck into a drawer in a box. Great investigation. I'm talking out damn standing. The white supremacist connections of the American Guard extend beyond the Vinlanders. The head of its Illinois chapter, Joshua Long, is a former member of the Hated, a racist skinhead group. See, these guys are real winners, guys. Aryan Nation Sadistic Souls is another one. Wow. This is I don't know this name, Bowman Lynch. Okay. So really, I wanted to show you this because it gives you a backstory on the types of groups these people are from and a couple of the key names that we're going to hear about throughout these investigatory documents are on these websites. So this wasn't some story somebody pulled out of their ass in the woods in Delphi and ran with it. It was far from it. It wasn't like a whodunit in Moscow kind of thing. Got to get the DNA. Oh, speaking of DNA, what DNA in Delphi? What DNA in Delphi? So you're welcome to go on these websites and look. This one, again, if you go to the Southern Poverty Law Center and look up Vinlanders, Patrick Westfall, you can find them. And this one that I just shared with you guys came from ADL Midwest. It is a fighting hate for good. So a group of real winners here. All right, now let's pull out the document and read what this guy had to say for himself. Alrighty. Okay, now we got everything up there. All right. And guys, if you haven't had a chance yet, please take a moment to stop and hit the like button. Don't do it. It's not from me, for my benefit. Yeah, it's great. People discover the stream, but it's the content, the information that we share. Hopefully they won't mind my commentary and they will vibe with all of you guys in chat, all of our chatters that love to talk. We love having the conversation, so I appreciate you guys for being chatters. But it helps get the show out there and direct others to the stream and get the information out that we're trying to get shared. So appreciate everybody's efforts. Well, thank you, Forrest. All right, I got to check a message really quick from my sister. Oh, goodness. Let's see. I may have to go to my dad's tomorrow to help out with a doctor appointment. Hang on, guys. I got to message my son super quick about this, 'cause he has to. Okay. Mysterious that all those first interviews were lost, isn't it? How do you get away with that? That's so vital. What if there was no Rick Allen? Are they just playing carefree with who they interview and any evidence they collect and any tips or leads, all the things, right? You're coming out with mistakes right out of the gate. But you want to stand there on TV and talk about your good investigation. They did that at CrimeCon too, I think. Okay, so let me thank you guys. Hold on one second. I'm so sorry. Okay, now let me message my sister back and tell her it's all a go. Okay. All right, so I won't be live streaming tomorrow. I'll be hanging out with my daddy. All right, let's get busy on this document and get as far as we can today, and then we'll come back on what is today, guys? Tuesday. We'll come back Thursday. All right. The deposition upon oral exam of Brad Holder, a witness produced and sworn before me. Sharon Barrett is a notary. Okay, we're not going to read all that stuff. This is what they have marked as State's Exhibit 23. So for the state, they have Stacey Diener here, and then the defense is Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rozzi. Brad Holder, having been duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth relating to said matter, was examined and testified as follows. Yeah, who kicks the FBI out, Rachel? You know, usually it's a dogfight. Yeah, y'all call the FBI, get them in there. Like Idaho called them right out of the gate. Well, Delphi's like, what? You think who did what? Get out of here. Get out of town, FBI. Get out of town with that scary stuff. What kind of talk is that? The FBI had a 3-member task force team investigating the Odinist in Delphi. At some point, the investigators in Delphi asked the FBI to step away from the case. At one time, one of the 3 FBI agents working the case, or one of the task force members who was an FBI agent, was gunned down and killed outside of his Indiana office. Terre Haute, Indiana. Got ambushed by Shane Meehan. Meehan's going to be going to trial here soon. Keep an eye on that too. There's been some actual movement in that case with some documents I need to get caught up on. So you got all these different investigators, and then you also had the professor from Indiana who said this, you know, from what he was given to examine from the crime scene, that looked like runes and it looked like ritualistic behaviors that got buried to the point where Delphi's like, we don't even remember that guy's name. My friend found your professor in 20 minutes. It wasn't hard. They finally found him. So state your name, Brad Holder. How old are you, sir? He's at the time was 52. This is 2024, I believe. Have you ever been through a deposition before? He says, I've been questioned by the police. I'm not sure what is considered a deposition. The attorney says, another lawyer on the other side like me. He says, okay. I would have said, was where I sit down and ask you questions. He says, okay. And then the attorney says, not just police. Have you ever done that? And Brad says, no, just with police officers. I've answered questions several times. The attorney says, so this is not super complicated. We're trying to get information. My name is Andy Baldwin, and we're here to ask questions. The main thing that people screw up on in depositions is, number one, they talk over each other, and Sharon over here is trying to type that stuff out, and it's hard for her to distinguish voices. Perhaps if you're talking over me and I'm talking over you, I'll probably stop talking so that we can smooth things out. Number two, and this is the one everybody at one point in a deposition violates. And thank you for addressing it, because we just had this problem reading one the other day. And that's the and versus yeses or nos. Again, later on, we're going to read this, and I don't know if is a yes or a no. All right, so they're going to get on to all the adult rules to follow. You can take a break. Your attorney is here. You can ask to take a break anytime you want to talk to him. So I want you to know that. And then he says, sometimes I ask in my brain a really great question. By the time it comes out of my mouth, it's not so great. I hear you, buddy. And if that's the case, then I want to say that doesn't make any sense. Andy, please rephrase it. Okay, so they're still going through the gist of it all. Now, this is what, right out of the gate. Okay, he says, all right. So what, if anything, did you do to prepare for today's deposition? Holder says, what did I do? I prayed. We all think he prayed for. Because apparently, according to Westfall, in his second interview that can be found on the YouTube streets, hashtag Patrick Westfall. In the interview, he says that they had a parting of ways between him and Holder because Holder decided to go back to Christianity. And he's like, no, dude, you can't be doing that. You can't play both fields. You got to choose one or the other. So he prayed. And then the attorney says, prayed. Did you read any documents, review anything? He says, no. Did you talk to anybody? He says, no. Mr. Hirschauer says, you talked to me? And then Brad says, yeah, I talked to Jay. Mr. Baldwin says, other than your lawyer, did you talk to... And then Brad interrupts and says, my lawyer? And then attorney says, anybody else? Okay. Brad says, no, my dad, who is a pastor. I talked to my father, and you know that's about it. Andy says, all right, you said you've talked to the police. When was the last time you talked to any police about this case or this situation? And he replies, last summer, maybe last summer, something like that. Andy says, is that the maybe August 30th? Does that sound about right? And he replies, yes. Hirschauer again says, excuse me, they got in touch with you? The witness says, Holder, oh yeah, about a couple of months ago or a month ago when you guys first sent me a subpoena, I got a phone call from Holman. Jerry Holman's going to call up Brad Holder and say, heads up, Bubba. So he gets a call from Holman, but it had to do with my ex-wife being harassed by someone named Greeno. Anthony Greeno, you reared your ugly head, didn't you? He'd been all up in court documents from the get-go, or tried to be. Succeeded finally. And and so when he refers to his ex-wife, his wife, that was Amber Holder at the time. Amber was also involved in the Odin stuff, and she has openly talked about that with the detectives. I'm sure Greeno was trying to reach out to her. Baldwin says Anthony Greeno, and the answer is Anthony Greeno. But that was, and they asked if I had been in contact with Anthony Greeno, and I was like, no, I don't even know who that guy is. Some of us wish we didn't either. What else did you talk about with Jerry Holman on that day? And the answer is, that's about it. I was actually at the gym. So it was kind of, I seen it was the police, so I answered the phone. So he's at the gym working out again. He sees it's the police calling, so he answers, and it happens to be Holman, warning him about Anthony Greeno. Baldwin says, you've never heard of Anthony Greeno until, and then Brad replies, no, until he said something. And then he said, the attorney says, that was then. And then before that, a month or so ago, was it the last summer time frame? And Holder replied, yeah. The attorney says, I believe it was August 30th. Does that sound about right? And Holder says, I'm guessing so. I'm not going to sit there and he says, sure, I'm not that type of guy that it was. And then Holder says, I don't remember dates. Sorry. Baldwin says, no, that's fine. Before that, let's say it was August 30th of 2023 was the last time you remember talking to police. He replies saying, I talked to the state police at the police station about all of this. It was 2 investigators came to Logansport and talked to me there. So Logansport's right outside of Delphi. And he's talking about when he met with the state police there. And he said, and then Attorney Baldwin says, let's start at the beginning, because that might be easier than backing into it. Well, when was the first time that you remember talking to the police about anything that related to the Delphi murders? Holder says, right after it happened. It was within a few days, I would say. Baldwin says, where did that occur? He replies, at the Delphi police station. I talked to the FBI. So right out of the gate, the FBI was there in Delphi. Boots on the ground. Do you remember any of the names of anybody? And he says, no. Hey, Joe, how are you? I could use a little help reading this document, sir, but I don't know what you got going on. Attorney Baldwin says, how long do you think you were there when you were talking to the FBI? Holder replied, maybe an hour and a half, probably. I don't know. I would say an hour and a half, maybe. Baldwin says, how many other people were in the room other than you and this FBI agent? Holder says, there were 2 people there. There were 2 investigators, so I'm assuming, and then the attorney interrupts and says, so in the room it was you and 2 other people. Holder says, yeah. Baldwin says, okay, were they taking notes that you could tell? So this is right after, within days, right? Are they taking notes, he says. He says, yeah, as far as I know. I think everything was being recorded, and they took a DNA swab. Why? Just in case? I get it. Early on in the crime scene, you don't know what you got out there. Maybe some spit even. We don't know. So it's safe to get all those DNA swabs just in case. Oh, which, by the way, whatever DNA they do have did not match Richard Allen. Will all that newfangled testing in the Rex Heuermann case play a part in future testing of these hairs? I don't know, maybe upon appeal. I'm waiting to see. Did you see if there were any tape recorders on the table? Holder says, I really wasn't paying attention. It wasn't something that I was looking for. Now, I would notice if it was on the table. He says, I think there was maybe some things like that on the table. He was, I guess, indicating. He says, I don't know. Baldwin says, you're pointing to, and he replies, these little, I guess they're called recorders. Baldwin says, handheld recorders? And Brad Holder says, yes. Question by the attorney. You think they were on the table? And Holder replies, maybe. That was a long time ago. Baldwin says, I got it. Did you tell the truth to the investigators on that day? Yes, sir, he says. The attorney says, so that was soon thereafter. When was the next time you remember talking to any law enforcement? Brad says, Holder replies, the next time was here in Logansport. Attorney Baldwin says, tell me about that. Holder says, it was 2 investigators from the state police, and they pulled me into a room there at the police station and, asked me about the same kind of questions. The same, where I was at, so on and so forth. How long do you think you were there? The attorney asks. Holder says, about the same amount of time, about an hour and a half. The attorney says, were you at the Logansport police station? And Holder replied, yeah, Logansport police station, yes. The attorney asked, were you in an interview room where they were recording it? And Holder replied, yes, it was like a conference room, kind of like this, like where you have the big table, and they were sitting there too. And then the attorney says again, did they tell you they were recording? Holder replies, yes, I believe they said they were recording. I guess they thought they were. They didn't know that the thingy was set to record over itself over and over and over and over for months on end. I wonder how many they actually got recorded over. It was just those 2. Because if it's a system failure and it sat there for several months automatically recording over stuff, you probably lost a lot of interviews, not just 2. Upon appeal, make a note, appeal attorneys. Did they tell you they were recording it? And he replies, yes, I believe they said they were. The attorney says, did you see cameras like in the corner? And Brad replies, I wasn't even paying attention to that. Shoot, I'm looking everywhere. I got to know my surroundings. Who's eyeballing me today? Question from the attorney, you said there were 2 state troopers. Holder replied, they were dressed in suits. And they said they were investigators. The attorney says, do you remember their names? Holder replies, not right off the top of my head. And then the attorney says, if I said one of their names, might you remember? And Brad replied, maybe if you said a name. The attorney says, I'm not really sure that this guy was there. And Holder says, there was a lady and a man. There was a lady and a man, if that helps. The attorney says, was one of them named Purdy? It may not be, I don't know. And then Holder replied, the name Purdy sounds familiar, but I don't think it's related to that. The attorney says, all right. So do you remember if they asked you any different questions than the ones that you were asked very early on after the girls were found? So he's asking specifically about questions asked once the girls were found. Holder replies, I think the next time around it was more focused on, they asked me like more questions about Patrick Westfall. You don't say. I wonder why. Wonder what led them. I can get why they came to you, sir. Your son dated one of the victims. Probably communicated with her in the past 24 hours of her death. But what turned them on to Mr. Westfall? Was it your association alone with Mr. Westfall? Some cryptic social media posts they were watching and go, who's this guy? You had to reboot your laptop. You had to reboot the laptop, Joe. Hold on. Let me grab Joe a link, guys, and slam it his way. Okay. Here it comes, Joe. Here it comes. Well, I said that. I can't get it to pull up now. Hold on. I can't get the Discord to come up so I can send you a message. Oh, here we go. um, now I got way too many screens pulled up. If I go down, guys, it was an accident. Okay. There you go, Joe. All right. Well, hello, how are you?
Outstanding. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain. So, you had to reboot the old laptop, huh?
You know what? This new laptop I have does not play well with my Bluetooth headphones. So if the laptop is up and my headphones are like charging, which they are most of the time, so I can go live and have a fully charged headphone, right?
Mm-hmm.
I turn the headphones on and they connect to the laptop, but it doesn't push the audio through the headphones until I reboot the laptop. So it's a laptop thing. It's definitely a laptop thing. It's not the headphones. It's infuriating because especially sometimes I'm going last minute and I'll be like,
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like getting ready to go live 5 minutes before and like, oh shit, I got to reboot the laptop and start all over again. I had all my tabs open. I had all my windows open and was ready to
Oh,
go.
no. That's enough to make you go, I don't want to do that part no more.
Right? Right.
Yeah, that's crazy. I bought I bought a different headset a long time ago, because the one I have, I like it, but I couldn't hear. It's very low to me. I can't hear really well on it when you were trying to hear certain things. So I get this new one, and I can hear really well on that headset. But when I go live, the mic doesn't work, and it's the same setup as. There's no explanation for it. I've done everything, updated stuff, done all the things. So I just put it back in this cute little box that it came in, and I broke out the $11 cheapo from the Walmarts again, and I've been rolling since. So I don't know. Hopefully you'll get it figured out. So welcome to the big show where we're starting part 1 of the Delphi unpacking.
I caught some of the tail end of criminalities last night. That was like 3.5 hours in. Yeah,
Well,
she was doing that. Yeah, she was doing this right here. She was going over this transcript, but it was 3.5 hours in.
Was she doing Brad Holder's deposition, or were they?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, good minds think alike, because I know where I know where her brain was going. I haven't looked at anything she's done in a minute, being so busy over here, but I always enjoy if I go watch and Rachel and I had a little conversation about this last night. If I do go watch anybody else on Delphi, it's probably going to be her. Yep. Right? Or maybe All Eyes, because she rarely does a live, but other than that, there's not a lot out there that I'm going to learn, you know what I mean? So that's cool they did it, because I know that their community there really follows the case well as like we do. So they'll good unpacking, and that's what we want to do, get the information out there and share it. And they have done some fantastic work at criminality, as well as trying to get the transcripts and all, a month ago. We still haven't even began to unpack that stuff, Joe. We got a lot. So there's a lot of new. All Eyes is doing an amazing job of getting everything organized where we can easily access it and find it, where you don't got to go digging just for one thing. That's everything's lumped together. So we got evidence of photos that were coming down. We got these depositions in the case, and there's a whole other treasure trove of info, Joe, that I haven't even cracked open. I don't know what you've looked at and what you haven't looked at yet.
I haven't looked at much. We had a Twitter conversation last night. Oksana was talking about where Richard Allen was parked that day. So I I showed my maps and where I parked, where I think he parked that day, over in the niches parking lot, NICHES. That's a land trust that owns land out there that has dedicated that land for conservation purposes for the rest of time and eternity. So they buy land like forested, wooded areas, and they dedicate it as a conservation area. You can't take it out of that. But there's a niches parking lot, and I went back and forth with her a couple of times, not in a bad way at all. We were just kind of like exploring the testimony from his first interview when he said he went under a little bridge and he was on this side and not the other side, type of thing. And I get up this morning and I check Twitter, and I've got like 20 notifications of people, including All Eyes, commenting on that thread. So it's good.
Was it a thread that you posted, or was it when Oksana had posted that you chimed in on?
I think it was actually All Eyes that posted the original post, and then Oksana commented on that, and then I commented on Oksana's comment.
Right, gotcha. Because there's so many posts out there, and I do follow a lot of what, you know what. So I went to go troll the Twitter, and I was All Eyes right out of the gate with a folder for Betsy Blair's deposition. We'll go into that one.
Yeah, that was what we commented on, actually, because Betsy. Because there's some yellow notebook paper that had the word niches on it, and somebody asked, what is that word? And somebody commented nachos, and I was like, no.
I see the image now, Joe. Okay.
Yeah. And I was like, no, that's not nachos, that's niches. And then I posted my parcel map from the county assessor's office. I posted the parcel map, and I did an outline of what the land that niches now owns. And honestly, I think they owned land before that they have since deeded over to the city of Delphi, because I did that ownership map back last fall, and I don't think the city of Delphi owned as much as what they show they own now. And why does the city of Delphi own that out there?
Versus the county, or
or niches even.
I don't know how they, because I don't know if that's still considered within the city limits. Like, our city limits are super tiny in these tiny towns. The city limits really only encompass a few miles compared to the county. Right. And if everything out here near me in this rural area is county owned, everything county or state land. So that is interesting. Wow. Well, those are some good people to have a conversation with on Twitter if you're going to have one, right?
It definitely is. Yeah. Like there's genuinely, I really want to know what's going on, conversation going on, not like Richard Ellen's guilty, Richard Ellen's innocent. Yeah. It's not about that. It's about figuring out what he said in his interviews, what these people are saying in their depositions, and the Brad Holder deposition is interesting.
Well, it's interesting to see the people who follow the case and follow documents unpacking what's coming out now, like us and like Oksana and All Eyes and Criminality, and in remembering and comparing to what we know, right? And seeing what everybody's takeaways are and what they're pointing out. And it's interesting to follow that. And I now see the thread that you guys were talking about on Twitter. I got to come back to that, because I'm going to be wanting to see. I'm going to go down a rabbit hole in a live stream. Like, I'm going to go read these tweets instead. No, I'm not going to do that to you guys. Hold on. But we're here for the conversations for sure, because it helps us figure things out. Like I even said this, Joe, this is not a Free Ricky show, and it's not a, oh my God, they got their guy show. It's a I don't know show. And you and I have both sat there in that place forever.
We have, and we're two of the rare people that do that, because and we will get hate from people that we like, because they're like, no, how can you not be Free Ricky? How can you not be RA is guilty? And I'm like, because it's not been proven to me one way or the other, beyond a reasonable doubt, one way or the other.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, exactly. And do I have reasonable doubt that they may have the wrong guy? In my mind, it's reasonable, but in somebody else's mind, it may not be. right? So we're just
Right.
gonna we try to unpack it, and of course we have our thoughts on it, but make up your own minds as you move through it.
Well, and one of those thoughts is third-party suspects, and one of those
Mhm.
third-party suspects is Brad Holder, and we don't have the videotape of the first interview at Indiana State Police Post on State Road 43 at County Road 600 North from when he was first interviewed, because
Right.
it got recorded over. Imagine that.
Yep, we were just talking about that before we began the document about how I did a little backstory on who Westfall is, how the Vinlanders and what they're all capable of doing, and the websites they can show up on. So it kind of gave a little backstory for those who don't know the Delphi case as well as we do. But so we're only on page 11, Joe. I'm not going to be able to stream tomorrow. I got to go with my dad to do some things tomorrow. So I'm going to be here for a little bit reading through this. And then I'll do another part, Thursday. I'll come back and we'll get back to the document, because I don't know if we'll get it finished today. But we're here to try. You need
All
to
right,
do
so you ask me the questions, and I'll play the bad guy. The innocent until proven guilty third-party suspect.
person of interest.
Yes.
I'm our person of interest today. Okay, that will work for me. And you need to get together some shows, sir, so I can just come hang out and chill and be a true crime content consumer.
Yeah, my sleep patterns have been so off lately. Like, I've been going to bed at like 8, 9 o'clock, and then I'll wake up at like 1 in the morning, and then I'll be up till like 6 in the morning, and then I'll sleep until like 10 in the morning, and it's just like, it's not working, guys. I got to get it back on track.
Yeah. Well, my go-to for sleep is not everybody's go-to for sleep.
Right.
My
Yeah, that's
THC works for me. I'm not even gonna lie. Last week I'd let myself run out. Right, I just was lazy, didn't go. I couldn't sleep for several nights in a row. I suffer from chronic insomnia medically. I have prescription pills for it that I never take. I took one. I slept an hour awake, sleep an hour awake. This went on all night long. The next day, I'm tired, I'm groggy, I'm not feeling on my game. I take another one the next night, thinking, well, tonight, surely I'll sleep. Same thing. Next day, I was like, forget that. These things are not going back in my body. Went right back down to the store and got what I needed. And guess who's been sleeping soundly, including naps? Me.
You remember the old hook? You remember the old hooked on phonics worked for me.
Yeah.
THC worked for me.
I'm sleeping, eating, and true crime, and THC works. Miracles. All right. Okay. So Baldwin is taking the deposition here of Holder. Okay. So, all right. So can you see the screen? Okay, Joe, maybe if let me get it.
I can. Our pictures are over the bottom lines,
Let
so
me-
when we get down to the bottom, we're going to have to rearrange that somehow.
There we go. We don't even need to be up there. Y'all don't need to look at us. There we go. Y'all know what we sound like. We're not even using our real faces, so it's all good. All right. So do you remember if they asked you any different questions than the ones that you were asked very early on after the girls were found?
I think the next time around it was more focused on, they asked me like more questions about Patrick Westfall, and that's about it.
Oops. Okay. So the bulk of that you think was Patrick Westfall related?
It was. I would say more different questions were asked about Patrick because they wanted to know more about him.
Did you answer those questions?
Yes.
Do you know how much time had passed from the first time you talked to the police, which I believe was February the 17th, for what it's worth, but it was within a few days. You said after the girls were found. How much time between that time and the second time that you said that you were pulled into the Logansport police station?
Maybe a year, maybe. I don't know. I really don't. I'm not sure. It hadn't been, I would say it hadn't been that long. It wasn't like 5 years later or something like that. It was a year or two, something like that. I don't know.
I'm going to do this before I forget. I want to do this before I forget. So that was some period of time, maybe up to a year after the first time that you talked to the police. You were in Logansport Police Station. When was this? When was the next time you talked to the police?
The last time I talked to the police, it was about a year ago.
You mean the one from last summer?
Yeah, I've talked to the police 3 times.
3 times, okay.
I don't know if you consider the FBI police.
Is Coleman a real cop?
But police, 3 times in the investigation. And by the way, I have FOIA'd that interview that the FBI may or may not have had with him multiple times and been denied multiple times because it is quote unquote an active investigation.
Active. Wonder why. Didn't they sentence a man to 130 years in prison for the crime and then turn around and claim he was the sole responsible person? Huh. That wasn't the FBI's statement, though, right? That was state police. Okay. All right. So in the first interview back in, I believe it was February of 2017, did the police ask you if they could look at your phone?
Yes, and I believe they took my phone. They took my phone. Yeah, they took my phone. I'm pretty sure they took my phone. I'm not going to say that positively, but I'm pretty sure they took my phone. They took my son's and my phone. That would be Logan.
Mm-hmm. I've seen your son's. I haven't seen yours. And that I found to be very interesting, Joe. At the date of this deposition, the defense attorney says, I've seen your son's. I haven't seen yours. I wonder why.
I wonder why they wanted to look at Logan's phone.
Dating one of the victims.
Yeah, no, that was a sarcastic, I wonder.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, line 16. But yeah, they...
Was your son there around the same time that you went in? Did your son go into the interview?
No, he interviewed with a lady by himself, I guess maybe because he was a minor, and they did things a little bit different with him.
Was it on the same day, though, that you went in and that Logan went in?
Yes, it was the same day. As a matter of fact, it was at the same time. They took him in a different place than they took me.
And you're talking about the first time in Delphi?
Yeah, the first time in Delphi.
How do you know that they took Logan's phone?
I'm pretty sure they did it right there in the lobby. I'm pretty sure they took both of our phones. Don't quote me on that. Because that was a long time ago, but
if they would have asked you, would you have given them your phone?
Yeah, no problem. I don't see why,
Did they ask you if you had any weapons, owned any guns?
Yeah, they asked me if I had any weapons or anything like that.
That you possessed any guns and knives?
Yes.
What did you say?
Yeah, I told them I carried a pocket knife and everything.
Did you have more than one pocket knife back in 2017? More than one pocket knife?
I think every man has a couple of pocket knives. For the record, I'm a man and I don't. I have a folding knife that works for just about everything. But anyway.
I'm a girl and I have one. Other than a couple of pocket knives, did you have any other knives outside of eating knives, utensil knives?
Oh, interesting response here.
I know.
I'd say yeah. I mean, as an infantryman, you tend to have knives around. It's kind of a tool.
Mm. Did you ever make any knives?
Yes, I made a couple of knives.
Tell me about that.
Matter of fact, I've been building up to get back into it, but kind of a slow process. Wow. Word salad. But I got into like blacksmithing, but I made a lot more things other than knives. That's a word salad right there.
Yeah. There's a lot of that, unfortunately. You ever see Forged in Fire on television?
Yep.
It's pretty interesting. I think when they asked you about the weapons, that was in February 2017. Does that sound about right? Or would it be both February and the second time?
I'm not sure on the date. It happened. Yeah, because they got murdered on Valentine's Day, if I'm not mistaken, right? Whoa. Hold on. Hold on. The state's theory is that the date and time of death was on the afternoon of the 13th, not on Valentine's Day. They were found on Valentine's Day, but they went
Yeah.
missing on the 13th.
They're going to get into that, I think.
Are they? Okay. I
Uh-huh.
can't wait.
Baldwin says yes. So he,
Is that, yeah, it was like a few days later, they pulled us in and talked to us.
I'm trying to distinguish between the first time you talked to the police and the second time you talked to police. Which time, the first or second? Was it when they asked you about weapons, or was it both? Could it be both too?
It was kind of brief. They didn't really go into detail about it. What? A double homicide investigation and they didn't go into detail about it?
Right.
Doug Carter, ISP, Delphi Police, Carroll County. They asked me if I had knives. Like, you're sitting here talking about me getting into blacksmithing. They never asked me about that.
They also asked you if you had guns, right?
Yeah.
Did they ask you if you had any handguns?
Yeah.
Did they ask you what kind of handguns?
Yeah.
What was your answer when they asked you about what type of handguns you had?
A 40 caliber Smith & Wesson. It's can't think of what kind it is right now. Springfield Armory?
40 caliber?
Yeah, that's the handgun I've got. I've got a rifle too, a couple of rifles.
Did you keep that at your house or did you keep that somewhere else?
I kept it in a safe. That doesn't answer the question. Did you keep it at your house or somewhere else? I kept it in a safe is an evasive answer.
In 2017?
Yeah, I don't know if I had. Yeah, I did have my rifle back then.
At your house where you lived?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm thinking and I'm editing out questions. Has anybody, whoops, sorry, they got some redacted stuff here too. Oh.
We're down around like 15, 16 maybe.
Yeah, that's what okay. Has anybody, any law enforcement officer ever asked you if they could test your gun to be fired?
Nope, they never tested it.
Why? Because he didn't give a tip saying he was on the bridge that day?
No, but they fired it multiple times to get the exact tool mark identifications that they wanted to get.
They even attempted to test Weber's at some point, I think. They never taken your gun and asked for it to be tested?
Nope.
But you think they asked for your phone at one point in time and you gave it to them?
I think that was the first. I'm pretty sure they took both me and Logan's phone right there in the lobby. I'm pretty sure. Then we had to give a DNA test. Oh, did they have a warrant for their DNA?
Well, he said
Like
earlier, and they haven't mentioned one in this process, in this deposition, but when he started off the deposition, he talked about giving the DNA. And I'm like, why are we giving DNA if we don't have to? I know early on it's just in case we do to recover DNA. But yeah, here they go again. They were probably asked, like a lot of them are. Like we know the guys in the alternate suspects in Idaho were asked to give a sample and they volunteered. So they can ask, but you can either yeah or no.
Right. He says we had to give a DNA test,
Yeah.
which he could be saying that they volunteered to give one, but if I volunteered, I would be saying I voluntarily gave a DNA test. I wouldn't say we had to give a DNA test.
Yeah, but this guy ain't playing with a full deck like that. He's just, he's Brad Holder. He's going to say whatever. But yeah, that's what he says. We had to give a DNA test. Now, I don't know if they were court ordered or asked. And then we have a whole redacted page. Excluded from public access per rules on access to court records. page 61, page 62, 63, 64, you know why? 65. And then Brad Holder.
Brad says I'm not going to
go ahead.
speculate on that. I'm not going to speculate on that.
All of that we just was redacted over. Now, the attorney says, that's fair. That's fair. I appreciate that. Who is his mom, by the way?
Oh, so all of those redactions were about Logan.
Exactly.
That was all about Logan.
Yes, sir.
Woo-wee.
The relationship, I would assume, between Abby and Logan.
You're going to take me down another rabbit hole that we've been down before, but it's over there inviting me in. It's saying, let's go down that rabbit hole. All right, we got a transcript to read.
Yeah. Okay. So
I have pictures from Logan's Facebook page. I think it might still be up, actually.
Oh, dude, my phone's got over 16,000 screenshots on it. I got the deeds, man. I don't come without receipts. Just don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. All right. Lordy. Sometimes I'm surprised about what I find on my phone I'm like, what in the world? Lordy. Okay. So that's fair. That's fair. I appreciate that. Who is his mom, by the way? I don't even know.
Shannon Holder.
How did you get along with Shannon?
This is a good, honest response, and I love it because it's probably the truest statement that he has made in this interview. Better now that we're divorced. She's got a sense of humor.
She might feel the same way, bud. She might feel the same way. Okay, let me reply back to my sister. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, my shoulder cracked and that felt good. When did you get divorced?
There you go with the dates again. Always challenging my memory. I don't know, maybe 2015, maybe.
Some of us remember those. Well, I don't know if I remember the exact. Well, yeah, I do. I know what year I got divorced. Of celebration. Celebrate good times. Come on.
I know the exact day.
You know the date?
Because the very next day I bought a Jeep Wrangler four-door.
I'm celebrating, man.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Let's get it on. All right. Well, that's a nice celebratory gift you gave yourself there, Joe Schmo.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. I didn't even do that. I just chunked my wedding ring out into the highway. I think he was behind me when I did it. All right. It might still be out there. I don't know. That was years ago, decades. All right. So everybody's happy or divorced. For most people. A couple of years before the girls were murdered. Oh, okay. So they got divorced in 2015. He's thinking, okay, so a couple of years before the girls were murdered.
Yeah, she was having problems with other men. Blame it on her having problems with other men. And we decided to what?
Yeah, and we decided to split. Okay.
But she was having problems with other men. What does that mean? Like she was cheating on him, or?
I'll ask you if you let me.
Yes.
Okay. So y'all decided to split. Meaning, was she dating other men?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into in any way details. It's kind of private.
Oh, come on, sir. We're friends here. The attorney replies, no, I get that, Mr. Baldwin. I have to take a break, so a recess was taken. And now we're back on the record. All right. Shannon, I guess I've heard about her. I've heard about Amber Holder. So I guess he meant to say Shannon. I guess I've heard about her or never heard. I've heard about Amber Holder. When was that marriage and how long did that last?
It lasted maybe a year.
Do you know what year?
After I got divorced from Shannon, I met Amber. Want to bet? And at the time we were of the same faith, and it just kind of matched up. So I was in the August 1st third-party hearing where Amber Holder took the stand and talked about their quote-unquote same faith.
Yes, you were
I
there for that,
was.
weren't you? So Amber Holder, guys, did like Joe was just speaking about. She was at the trial, and she testified. All right, let me get my
Well, she testified in the pretrial
the
hearing on
pretrial
August
hearing.
1st.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what that was about.
And
And
then Judge Gold said no third-party evidence will come in, so she didn't
right,
ever get.
but you were at that pretrial hearing where she did testify at.
Yes.
Um,
And she testified about Brad having her do a blood sacrifice to their at their altar, and she testified that there's no such thing as quote unquote Odinism. We don't worship Odin. We worship the lesser Norse gods. That type of thing. And if people of the same faith, of her faith, would never harm a woman or a child because Odin protects them. Those were the type of things that she testified to on August 1st.
and what Amber doesn't realize is when the men, the leaders of the group, are in the backyard conjuring and cooking, women aren't allowed to be back there to hear the conversations being had by the men in the group. They don't really know what these men were up to and what they weren't up to. Look, let's just make sure we say that too.
Right. And the other side of that is people have been using religion and their gods as an excuse to harm other people for centuries, for millennia. Like it goes way back to the beginning of time.
This is different. But I don't mean to interrupt you, because for me, when we talk about the Odins and the Vinlanders and all of those aspects, and then mixing it in with their white supremacy, forget that part. Just focus on this as a true and what this type of religion was. This goes back. This is part of Greek mythology. And when we're talking about portals and we're talking about, there's all sorts of things that can come into play here. When it was described that one of these victims' hand was raised touching the tree, my mind went to a place I guarantee a lot of minds did not go to. They have no clue why that hand would be touching the tree, but I did. Because you're returning to source. That is a spiritual aspect that has nothing to do with the religion, right? So like Joe's explaining, though, we have this religious ties, like in the Lori Vallow stuff that people don't talk about. We have the Amish putting babies in the river. There's just so many. I'm not saying these guys, Odins, were devil worshippers, but it goes a lot deeper than people realize. And it's the spirituality part and the energy work involved. All of that matters in what they were doing and what they practiced outside religion.
And I think my point was more along the lines that I absolutely believe Amber Holder, when she got on the stand and said that we would never hurt anybody, but she meant we as in her and her interpretation of the faith. And that doesn't mean that somebody else's interpretation of that same faith could possibly lead to that type of thing.
But see, the thing about Amber Holder is I've done my research on Odin and the Vinlanders and all of these different Asatru religion, all of that. There's a lot that Amber doesn't talk about, and she wraps it up in a neat little package. We wouldn't hurt women and children. That's easy enough said, but you can't, she doesn't know that. That's where I'm going. That's my whole thing, is Amber doesn't know. In general, pagans are going to do what they do. The Odins and the Asatrus, they all are out there doing what they do. In general, no, they're not going to sacrifice a human, but there are ones that will. And they justify it in their mind. Kind of like they justify killing their children because they turned into a zombie, that kind of thing. It's just crazy. So when this Delphi stuff first started coming out, and the Odin stuff and all this, I literally was on a show that we derailed for hours trying to explain how pagans weren't bad, all because the paganism was incorporated into what the Asatru do. I'm like, can we not? Can we move past that part? I'm not here to defend the damn people. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you're doing that, but I get what you're saying. When she got up there and testified to that at the prelim, that shouldn't have been enough for the judge to decide, well, if that's the case, we can't bring in third parties. She just said they wouldn't harm the children. You can't guarantee that. We
Nope.
had a guy arrested right here years ago. You know why? He murdered his mother and his brother in their home in my county. Wiccan. You can actually Google it on YouTube or go to YouTube and search up the case and see all about it. Watch our sheriff get on TV and talk about it. Ritualistic killing, staged crime scene. But it wasn't tied to Wiccans. It was this one deranged dude that went a little weirder than what Wiccans already were, right? So who knows what sends people off the rails. I can't tell you what creates a psychopath either, and they don't have nothing to do with religion. It's crazy bastards running around everywhere.
Right. And it drives me nuts because you know my history with the Mormon Church and the LDS and Lori and Chad.
Yeah.
Is when the people who really wouldn't hurt another human being, like I have friends and family galore that are LDS members that would never dream of unaliving their children and or their spouse, but they still defend the church, like the organization, the religion, whatever you have it, like Amber Holder did on the stand defending Odinism, saying there's no such thing as Odinism, but in essence defending Odinism, because you can't control what other people do with those religious beliefs when they will take it a step too far, like Amish throwing your 4-year-old son in the lake or driving your 4-year-old son in the lake and allowing him to drown. Like, you can't defend what the people on the extreme fringes of your religion will do. There's no defense for that. None.
No. And you can't predict who's going to turn extremist and who isn't, right?
Right.
I mean, shit, across the board. What is extreme anymore?
Wow, we got off the track there a little bit.
I know. Sorry, guys. We're always having to stop and have conversations, which is what we do. Okay, so do you know what year? And then did you read that part? No. Okay. So other than Shannon and Amber, y'all had the same fate, so you matched up. Other than Shannon and Amber, have you been married to anybody else?
No.
Tell me about how many children you have. I know you have Logan.
I've got 3 boys. I've got Levi, Logan, and Lane.
Is that in order, oldest to youngest?
Yeah. Levi is the oldest. He's in the Marine Corps. He's out in California right now. Maybe 29 Palms, maybe. Or he's in Oceanside. Yeah, Miramar. No, not Miramar. He's in Oceanside.
And he's also, what do you call that? What's that picture I got? The Freemason.
Oh,
Yeah.
is he?
Oh, Joe. Yes. Got some nice photos. All right. He's the oldest, and Logan is next.
Yes.
Where is he nowadays?
He lives in Peru.
What does he do for a living now?
He works here in town. What is old Federal Mogul? What's it called now?
And Rozzy says Matthew Warren and
It's the old Federal Mogul.
so for those who don't know, where'd it go? Oh, so Peru, Joe, how far is Peru from Delphi? About
I think it's about a half an hour drive, maybe 45 minutes, if I remember right.
so that's an area just outside of town there, and there's a lot of Keegan Klein was from Peru, which is one of the early suspects in this case as well. There were multiple alternate suspects in this case, not just these guys, but these are the most prominent ones, I'd say. based upon evidence. Yeah, I can't. There was just others, even down to Chadwick, whatever his name was. Remember him?
Yep.
Okay.
He was in Lafayette, right?
Yes, Chadwick was in Lafayette. So this is all redacted as well. This page, 68, 69, and then it picks back up on page 70. I want to be clear on a couple of things. There was a day that they were missing and the day they were found. I want to distinguish those 2 days from one another.
Okay.
The day they were found.
Yeah, you're right. When tell you the truth, it's all coming like it all meshes into one.
Sure.
Because it's been so long, but they found him on a different day, didn't they?
Yeah.
They pulled him out of class. Then
Now,
they pulled him out of class again on the day that they found them.
okay, so Joe, with that said,
I thought there wasn't any school that day.
Yeah, there we go. Well, now let me ask you this question. We have neighboring counties, everybody does. The county I'm in, where my grandson goes to school, my granddaughter attends a different school in the county next door.
And if he lived in Peru, he was in a different county. So if Delphi High School and the middle schools were out for the day, doesn't mean that Logan's school was necessarily also out of school for the day.
I thought about that immediately. I was like, wait a minute, what does he mean he was pulled out of class? There was no class, right?
I think.
And then I thought about it. I was like, well, wait a minute. If he's in a different school district, maybe his school wasn't having a snow day.
Yes. So Peru is in Miami County, which is totally different than Carroll County. So he was going to a different school. So he very well could have been in class those 2 days when they weren't.
Okay, because the girls were off school that day for a snow day. Here in Florida, we get hurricane days. If they're not used up by the end of the school year, they'll start giving them a day here and a day there, because we have to reserve days to make up for storms, because we can't send our babies to school in a hurricane. So we have to always set aside days to do makeup work if need be. So that's how we get the days. So I guess probably didn't have one at his school. So on the first day, they pulled him out of class, and on the second day, they pulled him out of class again, a second time.
Yeah, because they wanted to know, they were getting frantic at that point. They needed to figure out where she was at, and that's when so clarify for everybody who Logan was dating when the girls disappeared.
So he was dating Abigail Williams. It was Liberty German and Abby were the ones, our victims who were found in the woods, and Logan was dating Abby.
So how old was Abby?
Abby was what, 13?
Yep. And how old was he?
Well, was he? He was still a minor, 17.
Yeah, I think
he was older, but I can't remember the exact age.
I think he might have been 15, 16-ish.
I think he was closer to the 16, maybe 15, but I think it was 15. I think. So I don't know how they met, going to different schools, different counties. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where these two.
I know the theories. And a lot of the theories are about pool halls and bars.
Well, interestingly enough, when Butterfly and I noticed during the last documentary that was made on the case, the Delphi case, who was it, Butterfly, that put the damn show out? But one of the victims' mothers is on there, and she's talking about the spring was coming. Normally, if we're talking about the spring is coming, the summer is coming, we're going to get the boats out, we're going to get the fishing poles, we're going to go picnicking, we're going to go hiking. She says the motorcycles were coming out. And I'm like, the motorcycles? Is that like the prominent thing in town? Remember when you were there, Joe, you're passing through, you passed a guy on a motorcycle, or he passed you, and what was he wearing?
He was wearing a Vinlander vest, 100%. And I wish I had my dash cam up at the time to catch it. But so you're going to have to take my word for it. But I guarantee you, passes me on a Harley on the Hoosier Heartland Highway wearing a Vinlander vest. 100%.
And the Hoosier Heartland Highway runs adjacent to Delphi, Indiana, right there by where
Yeah, so there's old State Road 25 that used to connect, well, it still does connect Lafayette to Delphi. Takes a little longer because it goes through a couple of small towns like Americus. But they built this big 4-lane highway, divided highway with a median in between that has limited access. So it's a lot faster. And it doesn't go directly through Delphi. It kind of goes around it to the east a little bit, but it definitely is the most direct route from Lafayette to Delphi.
Well, it's pretty crazy. So they pull him out of class. Go ahead. Now let's see. They're getting frantic and they're trying to find the girl. So I guess they're trying to talk to anybody who's been in contact with the girls. Now, interestingly enough, reports are this Keegan Klein's fake account, the Anthony Shots, did communicate with the girls within 24 hours before they were found or went missing. So I'm sure there was. Now, Abby, interestingly enough, though, Joe, Abby didn't have a phone, right? Not
Right.
that her mom was aware of. We've never seen a phone, but she had an account. Didn't she have a profile on Libby's phone?
Yes. Yeah, she had a separate biometric where she could log in as a separate user on Libby's phone.
And conduct her social media that her mom didn't know about. And no shade to her mother. It's not her fault. And communicate with her boyfriend through this device. So did they already, they claim that they hid the girls, hid the phone for the police to find. So maybe they were doing their due diligence and found out about this boy right off the bat. Okay, so they're upset. The cops are. They're trying to find the girls. As a dad, I'm sure when you hear your son getting upset, that gets you upset. Were you upset at that time?
Yeah, I wasn't happy.
What did you do? Let's start with the day that they were missing. What would be that would be the 13th day of February 2017. Do you remember that day? What you did that day?
I believe I woke up early that day and I was trying something new because I had a oh shit. Oh no.
Here it comes.
Here we go.
Sorry guys, Joe and I are going to get so sidetracked. We are so sorry. Y'all bear with us. My word.
I believe so he has like a foggy memory of almost everything that happened those couple of days until this point in time when he has to reestablish his alibi. I believe I woke up early that day and I was trying something new because I had a gym membership at Anytime Fitness. Good Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And it's open 24 hours. So I went in early, and by early, wasn't it like, we'll probably find out the exact times here in a minute. All right. I won't get into it now then. It's open 24 hours. So I went in early to, I believe it was that day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was that day. I went in early to see how I would like working out before I went to work.
On that particular day, he decides to go in early to see if he liked it.
For the first time and last time ever. So I went to the gym and worked out, and then I went to work.
Okay.
Line 15.
Oh, wait. I went the wrong way. When you went to work, was that the day that they were found or the day that they were missing?
That was the day. That's the day that, God, how do I coordinate my alibi? Oh, I was working that day that they went missing. I'm pretty sure.
I'm not trying to be tricky at all. Monday was the 13th.
Okay.
And Tuesday was the 14th.
Okay.
And Monday, the 13th, is when they went missing. And Tuesday, the 14th, is when they were found.
When they had found them? What kind of a question is that?
Dude, what in the world? Yeah. So I want to start with, again, the 13th of February, a Monday. What did you do that day?
Like I said, I woke up. I went to the gym. I'm pretty sure I went to the gym. What the? Oh, Salty, I'm going to start swearing on your show.
Hey, we'll get the cuss fund up in case we get in trouble by the YouTubes.
I woke up and I went to the gym. I'm pretty sure I went to the gym. So the last answer he gave was very specific. I'm trying something new on that day, and now all of a sudden I'm pretty sure I went to the gym. What the fuck? All right, I did it.
Get it out. Let it out. Sometimes we have to do that.
I went to work, and I came home, and everything was crazy.
All right. That's before the girls were found?
Yeah.
What did you do the day before the girls were found? What, if anything? I mean, you found out your son. I don't know if he called you. You knew he was upset because they were missing? Yes.
Yes.
You finally did it. Because they've talked about this in the beginning of the document about saying or versus yes, right? So Baldwin says, you finally did it. If we can just distinguish the day between the day the girls were missing and the day the girls were found, I think that will help maybe. You don't really need to know if it was the 13th or 14th. But I just want you in your brain to think the day the girls were missing. I want you to... You want him to what? Right? You want him to do...
I need to know what page 73 says.
I want you to... What are we asking him to do now? Okay. What's your best guesses, chat? What did we just ask him to do? They redacted the whole page. Question. What did she call? Why did she call and not Logan? If you know, you may not even know that.
So was it his mom? Was it Logan's mom, Shannon, that called?
Yeah.
That was in that redaction. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've always been, every time she gets upset or anything like that, she always calls me and has to scream at me, which is why he was happy about the divorce. And they get along better now. That's the only way I can explain it to you. I'm her relief point, I guess, and she has to tell me everything. That sounds so weird, but whatever.
What was she telling you? This is again the day the girls were missing. What did you remember her telling you?
That's a long time ago. Oh, all of a sudden, it's a long time ago. He can remember that he got up early the morning that they were found and went to the gym like super early. He can remember that, but all of a sudden, that's a long time ago. All I remember, it was really her kind of freaking out and going crazy, because I think both days they called her and said, we need to talk to your son. So she had to be there.
Uh-oh, did I just go up past?
No, you're fine. 17. Okay. You're on 17.
Okay. Oh, I see.
So she was kind of, freaking out about the whole thing, about them pulling Logan out of class to talk to him. And of course, do you remember? Maybe it's like a self-introspection thing, Salty, but I remember feeling kind of guilty about pointing out Logan, like as somebody we should be looking at him and his dad and all of that. And this law enforcement was doing it too, so I don't feel so bad about it now.
Well, that's the thing. I've always been careful in the Delphi case about what I say or put out there publicly as far as videos and shorts and things like that. Now, I've made some on Brad Holder, but there is one person I don't say a lot about a lot of times. I will talk about them. They're in the court document. I always felt some kind of way about putting focus on Logan only because he was a minor.
Yep.
Right. I mean, I can discuss it without saying his name over and over and over, but it's in a court document. What do you do? And at the top of the show, we discussed how we read the big motion Barry Morphews got out there. Don't come after these people. Don't say their names. They're victims. They're this, they're that. Hopefully social media, this case, Delphi is a prime example of what can happen to people because their names turn up in a document. Right. But it is what it is. And that's why I have the banner up there as well. We're going to talk about things and theorize, and it's not like we're pointing a finger and accusing someone, but the police were absolutely investigating them or looking into them and asking questions. So and now we're going to read about it. But certain things I will not put out there until I see it in court documents. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep. And I'm learning to be more cautious about what I put out there. I am. It's a learning curve. I'm getting there. I'm
It
getting
is,
there.
because transparency, what does that look like, right? How transparent? There's transparency, and then there's doxing and stalking and different things, and there's accusations and fingers pointing everywhere. I don't want to be that messy. I don't want to end up in court documents. I don't want to be all of that. But if there's a reason to talk about something, we can talk about it, and we can say it's speculation and theory, and we can do it without doxing people completely. You know what I mean? It can be done for sure.
All right. So
Sometimes
I'm
we
going
don't know what that balancing line is, though.
I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back in like
Go ahead.
2 minutes, 1
That's
minute
fine.
maybe.
I know I'm considering making some coffee. I'm considering making coffee, guys. That would mean I have to get up and walk to the kitchen. So Holder answered, so she was kind of, freaking out about the whole thing, about them pulling Logan out of class to talk to him. And of course, a parent had to be present because he was a minor. He was 15 at the time. Okay, so Logan was 15. So she was freaking out about that. So both days she had to leave work and she had to go. I think she was working at CalComp at the time, I believe. Yeah. Okay. And then the attorney says, were you at work both days that Shannon called you and said something was wrong with the girls? And Holder replied, yes. The attorney says, let me rephrase that because I want to make sure it's clear. And Holder says, okay. Were you at work when Shannon called you when the girls were missing and told you the girls were missing? And he replied, yes. Were you at work when Shannon called the next day and said how now the girls have been found, their bodies? And he replied, yes. So I know that was a big search party that went out. You're up in Logansport. Now oh, what was that noise? I figured it out. So I know that was a big search party that went out. You're up in Logansport, and I wouldn't expect you to drive down. But did you think about driving down, or did you drive down and search? And I kind of want to wait on Joe to get back to finish this one up. See, he's probably got something to say. Oh, thank you guys for hanging in there, listening to our chit chat and the reading of the document. Rachel cussing is, y'all know me. Well, normally I'll be cussing, but I'm trying to be good this week so YouTube doesn't get on to me from my wretched mouth. Rachel, if she had a phone on her, right? So by all accounts, Abby did not have a phone of her own. Her mom didn't supply her with one. No account was purchased and given to her. No phone given to her. And nothing was found at the crime scene to indicate there was a second phone present, right? Just Libby's phone. That don't mean that she didn't have an old phone of Libby's that she could put a Google account on, or her Apple account, or whatever. If she made whatever accounts that she made, she could have easily put them onto a device like a phone, an old phone that ran on Wi-Fi. Doesn't need service to do that, or even a tablet of some sort. So Abby could have been at home with a tablet or a phone her mama didn't know about, access the Wi-Fi, and boom, her accounts are there and communicate with whoever she wants to. That simply.
Including Anthony Schatz.
Including Anthony Schatz. And if we think these kids can't figure that out or don't figure that out, we are not playing with a full deck. We're not giving these kids the credit they deserve because, boy, they're sneaky. Kids can be extremely sneaky. I know. I was a sneaky kid, but I didn't get caught. And I didn't do things that were going to get me a ton of trouble either. I didn't want to be in trouble and disappoint my dad. So, Joe, I read a little bit of it, and it was just a bunch of yes questions to them. So nothing there. But here's where it gets kind of a little interesting, and I want to wait for you to get back.
All right.
Okay. So we're on line 16, and the question is to Holder. So I know that was a big search party and that went out. You were up in Logansport. And how far is Logansport now again from the Delphi area?
It's not far. It's
right,
20, 25 minutes.
Okay. So you're up in Logansport, and I wouldn't expect you to drive down. But did you think about driving down, or did you drive down and search?
My son at the time, is he not your son now? Because he was really upset, he wanted to go help find the girls. And I was like, no, we need to stay away from this.
Really? Why?
What?
Your girlfriend's missing, baby. Let's go.
With everything that's going on, you just need to stay home. Wow. Because first of all,
Dude, stay away from this. What does that even mean?
wow.
Son, you dated her. We cannot go anywhere near that. What? Why? That is the oddest thing to me. I'd have had my baby in the car with big coats, blankets, flashlights. We're gone. And I wouldn't have been sent home at midnight because it's dark.
Nope. First of all, I didn't want my son finding a body of a girl. How does he know there's a body of a girl?
To be found. And that's why you go with your minor child and you protect your child. Leave your kid at home and you go. How about that then, sir? Because I get
why
that
is he assuming that she's dead and they're going to find a body when they're missing?
Right. Well,
oh my God, salty.
Did he have the wherewithal to think, oh my God, what if something bad happened? I wouldn't want my 15-year-old to find that. I get that part for a second, but that's not my first thought.
No. I just watched.
Right? Yeah, once I'm already on the way to wherever they're searching, that thought might run across my mind once I'm already on my way. What if we find them?
I just watched the interrogation of two guilty men last night when I was trying to fall asleep in the middle of my insomnia. And both of them said, oh, I saw the back door open and I didn't want to go in because I was afraid of what I would find inside. One of them was a military veteran who was armed at the time. And he said he was afraid to go in and check on his wife because of what he might find. That is a guilty, allegedly, oh my gosh. But the ones I watched last night, both of them were guilty. She unalived herself. The one that I was talking about with the military guy, she unalived herself by shooting herself in the head twice.
What? What? Wait a minute.
Yeah, no, he was found guilty eventually because once you shoot yourself in the head once, it's kind of hard to pull the trigger a second time.
It doesn't happen a second time.
No.
Okay.
Anyway, that strikes me as very, very odd because I didn't want my son, I'm going to keep reading, finding a body of a girl that he likes. And I kind of felt that, because there was already rumors floating around at the time that about, because it had to have been him. And everybody was trying to point fingers at Logan. And it was like, no, we're staying away from this right now.
That fast, people in town were pointing fingers at Logan?
That same day?
There was already rumors flying around everywhere.
Their bodies haven't even been found yet.
Like, aren't people saying, oh my God, has anyone talked to Logan? Has he heard from them? That's probably, or was there more? What, Brad, are you talking about?
Whew. I've got to go watch those interviews that he did on social media a little while ago because they're pretty enlightening. Anyway, I don't need an upset parent, so I was trying.
And that's the day the girls are missing. They had not been found yet?
Yeah, he was trying to get me to go down there and look for them. And I was like, no, we're not doing that. That's an interesting statement.
Damn. Did you by chance, since Patrick Westfall was living in Delphi at the time, did you call him and find out if he knew anything?
I think I texted him. But at the time, I've never felt like Patrick would be the kind of person that would do something like that. So, oh my gosh. So no, I didn't ask him if he knew anything. Wow.
Holders on the case were good. Wow.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, Westfall's pretty bad and all, but I just can't see him doing that. Yeah. Okay. Hey, did you hear about these girls?
I said something like that because obviously he lives there. And I said, did you hear about Logan's girlfriend, missing,
And I'll tell you, I've studied Patrick Westfall. I've watched a couple of interviews, in-depth, not mainstream media interviews. This is a social media interview. And I've watched him, and I'm like, he's very forthcoming. He owns a lot of what they do. And Amber, I don't care what you say. I'm listening to what Patrick says because he's the top guy in charge. So listening to him, part of me felt like he didn't do anything. But what I always wondered, because children aren't far from parents, and when you're out in the woods practicing certain things and the children are watching and creating their own ruins at the tender age of 5, 6, and 7, did the youngins get out of hand in the woods one day with a little ritualistic ceremony? I've always wondered that. The youngins got out of hand because the adults know better. Sorry, I was theorizing again out loud. Okay,
So-
and that was he's talking about. Go ahead. He's talking about getting in touch with Patrick. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, but so the Logan connection, and Logan was dating Abby, was always just like nebulous to me. It was like, okay, that was probably going on, and maybe they went on a couple dates, and I'm pretty sure that his dad like downplayed that relationship at some point in time and some type of court documents. It was like, they met a couple of times type of thing. But here in this, he says they were girlfriend, boyfriend. So don't come at me with saying like Logan had nothing to do with this. Absolutely. And maybe he didn't. But
no, but a lot of people who know the case have known for years there was a lot more involvement between those two than a surface level kid crush on each other that we should ignore. Patrick Westfall himself will tell you about it. He'll tell you how Logan sat on his couch and how Logan acted. He'll tell you about his interactions and how his kids know Abby and Libby. These kids all went to school together. So Holder, anybody who comes with, Logan didn't barely knew her, I don't know where that come from, because I've known for a long time that went way deeper than that. But yeah, Holder did blow it off in certain documents because but then here we are already right out of the gate with the rumors and stuff, and we're not going to search, and we're staying away from it and all that. So now they're back on. Now they're wanting to know why Patrick Westfall, and I always kept going back to what led them to Patrick Westfall, if not for Brad Holder.
well,
If you start looking into Logan, and you look and okay, here's his dad, and you look at dad's social media, now you're finding Westfall. What about these guys turned your attention on them? Was it their little social media post about runes and rituals in the woods?
And here's another fun Patrick Westfall connection. He lived in Flora, and very possibly lived in Flora around the time of the fire of the Flora 4. I haven't been able to confirm the exact dates because I can't look at private rental records between that landlord that owned 3 houses within 3 blocks of the girl's house.
I know who you need to ask. Hold up. I'm not going to say it right now. But I know. Let me make a note. Hold on.
Yeah, make a note. Because he did absolutely rent a house from one of the biggest landlords in the area, and all 3 of that landlord's houses were within about 3 blocks of the Flora 4 fire.
Mm-hmm.
And he admitted that on that interview that he did on social media. So
yeah, and so for those of you who don't know, Flora is in Indiana. It's right outside of Delphi, correct, Joe? Not far. They're one of the same,
not far.
basically. They got yeah. Go ahead.
Not far at all. 10-15 minute drive at the most.
Right. They're just minutes apart. In fact, when there was a house fire in Flora that killed 4 little black girls, and the reason I say that is because there's a reason I need to say that they were black girls. I think the Delphi Fire Department showed up before the Florida Fire Department, which is a whole other ass backstory. They all got in trouble. But anyway, this fire to this day, nobody has been prosecuted for an arson.
Nobody has even been implicated.
No, and they determined what years later, after multiple investigations, this was arson.
Yeah, there was
Somebody
accelerant found, but the initial result of the investigation was accidental, and they didn't change it till years later,
right.
which is nuts. Totally
And
nuts.
the allegations are that the reason this home was burned with these little black girls inside was because they were black. And as a true, you don't date outside your race. You don't having to do with anybody outside of your race. And as far as Abby and Libby go, Logan was absolutely a white boy, but there's a player in their realm that did date other races. And it wasn't smiled upon. And we'll leave it at that for now. Okay. How did you and Patrick communicate typically?
It just depends on what was going on. Really? He's got so much equivocation in these answers. I'm getting really nervous about him. Like, that's equivocation right there. It just depends on what was going on. Most of the time we would just text back and forth. I'm pretty sure. So much equivocation. What the hell is up with this?
Sometimes I text with Joe and sometimes make a phone call. It just depends on the damn mood.
Right. And if I were asked by law enforcement, how do you communicate with Salty? I would be like, well, sometimes we text on Discord. We just had a DM on Discord a little while ago. She sent me her stream link. But we also have texted in the recent past, and we've also had a phone call in the recent past. Like, I would be very
we communicate all the ways.
Right. But I'd be very exact. I wouldn't say I think, I'm pretty sure. That's equivocation.
So these days, do most people text versus call? And if you got it in a text, if those texts are still around, we can look at them right now, right? Or we can pull up some phone data. Phone calls, our phones, they can't just make our phones record our calls and then get them. You know what I'm saying? So it's always good to have them in text. But yeah, him not knowing, there's a lot of that. I don't recall. It's like the cops when they get on the witness stand and got to testify. I don't recall. Can I look at my notes? Can I look at the report? Why does everybody have selective amnesia in court proceedings, right? Judicial matters. That's not the time to get your Alzheimer's on, people. When was the last time you talked to Patrick?
Oh, it's been years. I can't really tell you the exact date.
After the girls were found and you got the phone call at work, then what happened? Did you talk to your son? I'm trying to put myself in your shoes as a dad. I don't know if there's a whole lot I can do. I go to work. I'm just trying to think of how it would be or how it would.
I mean, at the time, I had to keep working. You know what I'm saying? I can't stop what I'm doing. I still have a job to do. I have to bury trash. I had to keep going.
I don't got no shame against the people who had to bury the trash, but for him, that's like, never mind. I could say
right.
something.
Yeah.
I might get in trouble by the courts, like old Barry Morphew style.
I actually worked for waste management for 1 week at a landfill. Yeah. And it was the most disgusting job I have ever worked.
My grandbaby, he's like, this landfill's cool, but I don't want to get out. It's disgusting.
No, it was a temp job, and at the end of the week, I got an offer for another job at another manufacturing plant. When we were really, really young, our kids were really young. We only had 2 at the time, I think. But I couldn't pass up on that other job. I was like, I can't wait to get out of here. And they're like, we want you to stay. We want you to come on as a permanent employee. And I'm like, no, thanks. No, thanks.
Well, he, Fortunately for the good people that are in Logansport or wherever the hell Brad worked, they got the trash buried and we don't got it piled up on the sides of the streets. We can't have that either. So he had to keep going.
Yeah, when I got home, I think I might have gone over there because he was pretty upset. Another weird statement.
So I'm
Another odd
assuming was
statement.
Logan at his mom's, right?
Yeah.
Okay. On the 13th, which is the day the girls went missing or were missing, you said you started the day by going to the gym. Is that right?
Yeah.
When you got home that day, you said you just kind of relaxed at home.
Yeah.
When was the next time you went to the gym then? Did you go that following day?
Following day, yeah.
Did you keep your 2 a.m. regimen?
No, I was like, this is too much. Waking
What?
up and going to the gym.
After that one try?
It was too much of a, I was like, we're nipping that in the bud right now. We're not going to do that anymore.
So
No
that's
more.
super interesting. The day of, I'm going to get up early and try this out. And now I'm just like, nope, nip that in the bud. We're not doing that anymore.
No more. He said, we're not doing that no more.
On the day the girls were found, you went to the gym, but it was after work.
Yeah.
A lot's been said about that. But the day that the girls were missing, you didn't go to the gym after work. You went at 2 a.m. or whatever time it was.
Yeah.
What was the name of the gym and were you that you were a member of?
Anytime Fitness.
Are you still a member there?
Nope. I'm not a member there. I have a membership at Planet Fitness now.
A lot cheaper.
Yeah, a lot cheaper.
Do they have free weights there?
Oh, Lord, this answer. Hold on. If somebody asks you about free weights don't refer to the cost of the weight.
They do if you're Brad Holder, Joe.
Oh, my God. Free weights are dumbbells and barbells.
Even
And
I know that.
holy shit.
This
Well,
clown. My
oh
baby,
my-
my 18-year-old's got the whole setup in his daddy's garage. Come on.
Free weights doesn't refer to the cost, you dipshit. Oh, no, I just said that out loud.
It's okay.
Well, they're
It's
free.
okay.
But
All
they
right.
got Smith machines where they lock out. They don't have like the free benches. They got dumbbells. Dumbbells are a form of free weights, dude.
Back when you were a member of Anytime Fitness, was the way that you, what was the way you would get in? I'm a member. It doesn't look like it. But I had to stop like, what? Andy, okay, hold on. That's him talking, not me. No. I am not a member of a gym. I promise you that. I'm a member. It doesn't look like it, but I'm a member of my local county one. You go in and you give them a card.
I had a key fob you had to scan to go through the door. Like if it was after hours, you had to scan to go through the door. Then I had one on the desk. You had to scan the one at the desk too. But they usually kept it locked up like Fort Knox. No, they don't. Not if you have a key fob.
Was the
Fort
only
Knox.
time
Fort Knox does not allow you in with key fobs. I guarantee
for
you.
sure. What was the only time you remember working out at 2 a.m.? Was the only time you remember working out at 2 a.m. the day the girls were missing?
Yeah, it was. It was just kind of. The FBI asked me about that. He's like, "Why were you up that early?" It was just a fluke. It was something I was trying. I remember they asked that. Dude, you're not believable right now. That is not a believable answer
Just
in
a
any
fluke.
way. So, can we ask Greg Ferenczi about his communications with Brad Holder? No.
No,
'Cause Greg Ferenczi isn't around anymore.
no, sir. He was shot outside in Terre Haute, Indiana. Ambushed.
And he was one of 3 that were investigating the third party, like definitely in on that, right? Greg Ferenczi, Todd Click,
and Murphy.
Yes, and Murphy.
And Kevin Murphy. So yeah, I touched on that briefly earlier. And there's been some movement in Shane Meehan's case. He's going to be going to court soon. I'll have to get those documents and get caught up. All right. So what time would you go to work the next day?
I immediately left for work after I worked out. I worked out and then I went straight to work because they have showers there and everything. They have showers where at the club? Yeah, at the workout club, right?
I'm weeding out a lot of questions here. I saw this photo. I'm going to hand you that's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. Can you tell me where that photo was taken and who these people are?
These are my Mason brothers.
Ding, 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 ding. What? All
It was
right.
down at the conference in Indianapolis, down at the Grand Hall. So can
Mhm.
you be a Mason and a Vinlander at the same time?
Apparently so.
Ooh.
Hierarchy. High priestess. I don't know. Is that a Mason hall?
Yes, it's a Grand Hall.
Can you identify them from left to right?
Jeff. Not off the top of my head right now. This is Jeff. The guy on the far left is. Oh, that's your question.
The guy on the far left is Jeff.
Yeah, and these two are brothers. I can't remember their names. Mike is the one on the end. He's down here on the far right. Mike Lincoln Hoker. Dude, Mike does not appreciate you calling him out right now. You should also say, I don't remember his name either. Just saying. just be like, I don't remember any of their names. But he says, I know him because Mike and I had to deal with most of the time because he was the secretary.
I've got friends that are Masons in Ripley County, where the movie Hoosiers was. A Milan Mason. Or is that Milan Mason?
Milan.
Where are you a Mason out of?
Here in Logansport.
How long have you been a Mason?
A while now. Probably. What do you say? Probably. Like he equivocates in all of his answers, and I have a problem with that. Like I have a serious problem with that. Probably after I got divorced from Shannon, it was right around that time I became a Mason. Yeah, it was. I'm trying to remember. Okay, I was trying to become a Mason when I was with her. Okay, and we split up because I ended up going to jail because we got into a fight because I found out she was cheating. So it all ended up being a big old mess and I ended up going to jail. I never went back to the house because I was like, if we're going to sit here and do this, there's no reason for me to be here. I separated myself from the situation, and it was probably about maybe a year later, something like that. I finished my, I had to do a one-day class, and I finished my degree in that one-day class, and it was after I had already been cleared and the charges had been dropped.
Oh, okay.
Because I couldn't become a Mason with everything going on, especially, because it happened in front of my kids at the time, and that's considered a felony.
Right, under 16, yeah.
Yeah, so that all happened in front of my kids, and all that got dropped. And then when it got dropped, that's when they approached me again. They said, hey, we have a one-day class. So I went in and I finished my degree work and became a Mason.
I'll move on to a different topic. How many times have you been on the Monon High Bridge?
I've never been on it.
Have you ever seen it?
Hold on. Side commentary. You don't have to be on the Monon High Bridge to get to the south end of the Monon High Bridge. You can go up the county road that eventually winds up at the Weber house. And by the way, that's Kay Weber's house, not Brad Weber's house. Oh.
Technically, Kay owns it, but Brad lived in it.
Yes, he was staying in it at the time. And I have a backstory behind that, but you don't have to have been on the Monon High Bridge to abduct somebody from the south end of the Monon High Bridge.
I know.
Just saying. That question is a little bit irrelevant.
The answer is a little what? Have you ever seen it?
Driving under it.
What?
He did drive under the Monon High Bridge. So he was going out to the Weber house. He was going out to the Weber house.
Why
Holy
else would you
shit.
be on that little road, sir? Under that bridge?
But I didn't know that's what it was until after the FBI pointed that out. Oh, dude.
What?
Dude.
And how?
I thought
Okay.
when it all took place, actually, I thought it was
Hold on,
for
Joe. I got to
some.
hang on.
Okay, yeah.
No. I'm going to grab a Coke. I'm coming right back. Keep working it out in your head for a minute. I'm coming.
Whew. Riley Rue, very charitable to the community. Riley Rue, absolutely. I have somebody that I consider a casual friend, more of a business friend. We've been in the same like business circles for a while. That is a Mason and is a very good human being. But I can also say that about the LDS Church. I have good friends and family that are members of the LDS Church that would never harm a hair on the head of a child or spouse.
What?
Having said that, that doesn't excuse organizations from being responsible for certain acts that some of their members may take from time to time.
Mhm.
And the offshoots that those offshoot members may take from time to time. Like it's a complicated mess, and it's a discussion and an intelligent discussion that we can all have.
Yes.
That just because you know somebody that's a member of an organization that is a good person, a good human being, a decent person, a decent human being, doesn't qualify the entire organization and excuse the entire organization from responsibility.
The thing about Delphi and the Masons, it may not be the same as the Masons in your town, right? There's a whole history with the Masons, if you care to go look. It's not too pretty. A lot of secrecy around what they do as well. But how, like Joe just explained, just because on the broad it appears to be, doesn't mean that it is always the case. And in Delphi, it's a little different. Let's just say it that way. So it's not like you hear Joe and I make jokes or throw any little shade about this Masons, don't think we're doing it as a whole. Oh my God, they're Masons, they're bad. Because it's nothing to do with that. I guarantee it. It's because we know more than we are probably sharing right now, which might get confusing at times. If y'all ever have any questions, feel free to pop it off in the chat. I don't mind stopping and answering, and neither does Joe. And because we do get it, especially if you're newer to the case.
Yeah, one good member of an organization does not excuse the entire organization, and one bad member of an organization doesn't condemn the entire organization. But it does make us want to take a closer look, right?
Well, when I see photos of who was in this Mason Lodge and who hugs up on each other, I got questions. And that's not my fault, that's theirs. So he's driving under it, Joe. Go ahead, sir. Continue your statement, please.
Driving under it. But I didn't know that's what it was until after the FBI pointed it out. So where he's going from point A to point B, he drives under the Monon High Bridge.
All the way down to where...
Which is a very unique structure. Like when you drive under it on that private gravel drive, and I have videos on my channel, you can go watch the videos of me standing there and showing you what it looks like to stand under the Monon High Bridge, look down Brad Weber's Drive to the west and look down to the southeast. It's a very remarkable structure. Wait, where did we go?
We're there. Can you see me?
I see you, but I don't see the video.
The document's not there. Yeah, I just took it down for a second.
Okay.
I'll put it back up in just a second.
Yeah, it's just odd that you say I drove under the Monon High Bridge and I didn't know that's what it was.
Not until the FBI told you.
Okay.
No, that makes no sense. Because you only go down there for one reason. It is a private drive. It is a street. I'm going to show you guys, but it is a private drive. So, and if you follow it to the very end, you absolutely go under the bridge all the way down to the Weber property. And either you bust up on there or you turn around and you go back the way you came. So maybe he's like, didn't realize it was a quote unquote private drive until the FBI pointed that part out. Oh, I know about that drive. Didn't know it was private. I don't get it either.
Well, there are no trespassing signs everywhere, and that maybe those were put up. Maybe those were put up after the fact. So I'll give him the benefit of that doubt. But there are no trespassing signs everywhere. So the next time I go back out, I will not trespass. I'm telling you that now, I will not trespass. But I will get better footage than I did the first time.
Hold on. I don't know if this video is the one I'm on one of your videos right now, and I wanted to see if this is the one that shows the private drive like you're talking about. I remember the very first time I was trolling maps at the Monon High Bridge, right? And I'm trying to get used to the area. I don't see it. That's not the one I was looking for. But I remember looking at the map and realizing there was a road under that bridge. And I remember going, whoa, what is this road under the bridge? Where does it come from? Where does it go? And then I had to go out and start looking. And then it was like, wow. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack with that bridge and that little private drive. But it's odd that he's saying these things about that bridge. And he didn't even live there in Delphi, but he never walked the bridge. I wonder if he frequented, because we had heard, this is allegedly, actually, no, it's not, because I heard this from Westfall. He knew the Delphi woods right there around the bridge pretty well. They had a tendency to venture off down in there into those woods. He lived pretty close to there. So is that how or why Holder knew of the area? Or that road even?
I've got the down the hill video pulled up.
Did you grab it? Okay. Let me get you pulled up here, and then we'll show you guys what we're talking about and as to why it's like weird. Okay, let me get. Where are we? Oh, back here. Okay, here we go. There we go. All right, Joe.
All right, so this is on the south end of the Monon High Bridge. This is where the girls got taken down the hill. So we're going to go down the hill. I'm going to pause it part of the way down so we can see where the Brad Weber Drive is.
And if you go, and so this location is where you see Libby's video being filmed from.
Right there.
This end, yeah.
And there's a good little drop down there.
There was you just missed the part of the road.
Oh, yep. We can go back.
No, I mean, so right there, you can barely see it in the frame. It goes right under the bridge. It comes out the other side.
Right there. See it off on the middle right. There's a gravel drive there. We'll see it a little better in a second. This isn't the best video of the drive. I have another one that's a better video of the drive.
There's actually some really good video. Julie Melvin did a really good one on YouTube where she walks across the bridge, and they take really good images of the private drive, and you can see where it comes from and which direction and where it leads.
So this is down the hill.
Yeah, and it's super eerie to think of that drive knowing those girls went down that hill, because when you get down the hill, you land on that drive, right, Joe?
Yep, there's the drive right there.
Yes.
And you can see a yellow no trespassing sign right there on the tree.
So as it comes under the bridge, it comes out the side here and leads back to the Weber property. And there could absolutely have been a car sitting down there to go down the hill. Because everybody wondered, how did this guy, any guy, get two teenage girls across a swollen, swift Deer Creek without something going super sideways? a lot of questions. Could he have done it? Sure, I guess. You could force anybody to do anything with a gun. But remember, according to the video they put out of Bridge Guy, you could allegedly hear racking of the gun up on the bridge.
So here's a good spot to look at right here. So there's a fence post. There's a no trespassing sign. There's the gravel drive that goes under the bridge that Brad Holder said he didn't know went under the Monon High Bridge. But if you look at the next level, like way back in the background, that's like 20 to 30 feet lower than the drive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what gets you down to the creek. So you have to go down the hill to the drive, and then you have to go down a second hill to the floodplain, and then you have to walk over to the creek.
Yes.
Which was flooded that day. So there's not just down one hill, there's down two hills.
Right. And if Bridge Guy video in the media would lead you to believe guys down the hill cross the creek immediately, and that's not the case. And there's the image of it going under. So this was Joe making his way down there.
So that's a major structure. Like Brad Holder is saying, I drove under it and I didn't recognize it. Really? You didn't see that huge bridge over the top of you and off to the left of you? Like,
it's Brad Holder. Apparently, yeah. I mean, come on, dude. You knew that was there. But why were you down there? I'm just out for a stroll today, and I'm going to see where this little road leads to. Oh, look, it leads to nowhere.
That's actually a good point, because Abby and her mother lived with her grandparents at the south end of that gravel road where it comes out at the county road. Abby's house was literally a half a mile away from this. No joke. So Brad Holder just magically drives under the bridge, doesn't recognize it, and ends up at Brad Weber's house? Okay. Okay. All right. We can stop that.
Okay, so we wanted to share with you guys this bridge that Mr. Holder all of a sudden is like, what bridge? Didn't know it was a private road. Okay, so he's down there. Let me go back to page 39 is where we were at. Oh, that was too far, girl. Stop it. It's like, I got happy with it. Okay, page 39. Now make it larger. All right, so we were here.
You're going to make it larger.
Yeah, well, is that what she said? Is that what she said, Joe?
You beat me to it.
You're a pop-up hill, buddy. I hear they work. I don't know. Count on me to get you going. I could care less. Jeez, I swear, when I go to my brothers in rural tiny town America, Alabama, I shit you not, big giant billboard, get your guns and your Viagra. I'm like, well, damn, we can't forget them two most important things. Lord, one-stop shop. Alrighty.
Driving under it, but I didn't know that's what it was until after the FBI pointed it out. I thought when it all took place, actually, which is a deceptive word, I thought it was, for some reason, in my head, I was thinking there's like a park over by Fulton, or like I'm thinking like in the middle of Delphi, there's like a park that's in the middle of Delphi, and there is. And that's where they started looking for the bodies when they eventually found them by walking upstream along the Deer Creek from the middle of Delphi. Anyway, like right down.
Oh.
19.
All right. I'm from down south, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I've been to that park over there by, they have like a baseball field and some stuff. It's like by the river. No, it's a creek, not a river. But anyway, I was thinking it was somewhere in there for some reason in my head, because it wasn't registering in my head. And it was like, no, you drive You drive to it all the time before you go to the exit to go to Delphi. They had to explain it to me.
Really? You drive to it all the time before you go to the exit. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Maybe he had it, but he needed it explained. All right. Hershauer says, there's no question. There's no question. You're talking too much. Just answer his question. Oh, boy. Don't offer
All
up no
right.
information, sir. Shh. Put a pin in it. The witness says,
All right.
all right.
Yep.
Okay. So now Mr. Baldwin says, I'm sorry, I'm not doing a good job here. Had you been to any woods in or around Delphi ever?
Bullshit. Okay, sorry. Editor interjection there. No. Bullshit.
Okay. He says, I want
You
to
say
ask,
I know. No. Read the question back up there. I know something about Patrick
oh, did I
Westfall.
skip?
Yeah, 14.
I know. Okay. So I know Patrick Westfall lives down there, and I think he likes to get into the woods. Did you ever go into the woods with him anywhere in Delphi?
No.
I want to ask you about, I'm going to be asking you about Vinlanders, because that's something that people probably talked about before. What is Vinlanders? I'm not sure I really understand it.
Vinlanders Social Club. Take a note, people. It's at the time, I guess I was kind of naive at the time, but it's kind of like a social club.
Well, we read about the Vinlanders earlier on a website before we started this document, so we are caught
It's a group of basically guys that are into Norse paganism, and they kind of get together and what they call Vinlanders boxing. They'll box with each other.
Fight club. Ain't nothing like them boys in the backyard fighting each other. Okay. What was your relationship with the Vinlanders Social Club?
At the time, they kind of operate kind of like a biker club. I would say that it's kind of like if you're trying to figure out, what kind of club it is, it's kind of like, like a biker club. Like you have your hangarounds, then you have your prospects, then you have your full patch members. He knows a lot about the Vinlanders. And he's trying to pretend like he doesn't, but he just like spilled the beans. Well, I was just, at the time I probably went to 2 meetings. I just went to 2 meetings and I was just a hang around. I was just hanging out with them because Pat doesn't say Patrick Westfall. He calls him Pat, was trying to get me involved, saying, hey, you need to, but other than that.
We got your hangers on?
Hang-arounds.
Oh, hangers on, hangers. Okay. Hang-arounds prospects. Is that right? And then.
Why are we
redacting coding information?
Yeah.
On adults.
There's nothing about minors here. Unless they were trying to get Logan into the Vinlanders.
Oh Lordy.
You know what I'm saying?
I got it. Okay.
They just like excommunicated me. Oh shit.
Oh, so with any of it, wait. So any of this discussion here was about something to do with when he was no longer with them.
Right. His transition from being a hang-around to being a member to being excommunicated. All of that is redacted. That's like, I can't help but think that's related to my denial of my FOIA request from the FBI because it's a quote-unquote active investigation.
Maybe so.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I'm following you. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
No, I was reading line 1. Now
no. Look, I'm thinking in my mind, and I think you said that. I'm thinking out loud, and I'm picking up what you're putting down. Because my mind is went in like 5 different directions, sitting here thinking. Lord, I got to pay.
That's what we do, though. Yeah, no, that's what we do.
Focus. I'm paying attention. Okay, scattery thoughts everywhere. All right, so.
They just like excommunicated me. They didn't want anything to do with me. Why not?
Well, according to Patrick, in his interview, when that happened when Brad decided to go back Christian. And Pat was like, "Oh, no, you can't do both, buddy. You got to pick one or the other. The lighter, the dark."
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And so Pat was like, "You got to go, buddy." And he told Holder to come and get his stuff. And he did, but he ended up leaving a bag with some stuff in it at Westfall's house. Okay. Just name the people that you remember that were either hangers on. Why do I keep saying that?
Hangarounds.
Hangarounds. I'm going to write it down. Or prospect or full patch members.
I only remember Pat, and I think there was a guy named Mickey and John. Something Mercer. His last name was Mercer, but I didn't remember who he was until the police this last time pointed him out to me. I didn't know who he was until I was like, I think we had met like maybe once or twice.
Mercer?
Yeah, Mercer. Mostly, it all happened at Mickey's house. Mickey was the one with the face tattoos. He had face tattoos.
So there was Mickey. There was a Mercer. Was Mercer a hang-around?
At the time, I believe he was a hang-around like me.
And then what about Patrick Westfall?
Patrick, at the time, I believe he was a prospect.
So now we've got a guy named Mickey. We have a guy named Mercer, and we have Patrick Westfall. Would you consider yourself a hang-around?
I guess at the time, if you're coming to their meetings, you're one of the three. So there are three people at their meetings?
Real big.
Like the three people? No, I think he's talking about hang-arounds and patches and prospects. That's the three. They don't just like, let anybody come to the meetings.
That's
10.
four. Okay. That's 4 people. Was there anybody else that you remember?
There were other people, but I don't remember their names. I would say they excommunicated with me. No, they excommunicated you. After I kind of figured out, because they were kind of a racist organization, I kind of nixed myself from them. I kind of backed away from them. I was like, I don't really want anything to do with these guys. I think I'm getting pulled into something.
Did Patrick Westfall host any Vinlanders meetings up at his house at Delphi?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I don't think so. Because at the time he was just a prospect. He wouldn't be hosting any.
That makes sense. Are you or have you ever been a racist? Oh,
No. No.
white supremacist.
No.
Okay,
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Or
Supremacist?
a white
White supremacist?
supremacist. You ever been a white supremacist?
No, I don't consider myself. I don't consider myself a white supremacist. He doesn't say I have no racial inclinations or racist inclinations. He says I don't consider myself a white supremacist.
A lot of them probably. Lordy, self-awareness. All right. Or a white nationalist.
They say that. No.
Who's they? I've been on.
Right?
Look, my big investigation that's been going on for about 12-ish years. Who is they? I'm trying to get there. All right. I heard it. I was like, they this, they that. Who the hell's they? Should I run, duck? What are we doing? I need to know who they are so I can get away from them. All right. I heard a story. I heard a story. Oh, goodness. Oh, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. I heard a story from somebody that you did.
You can't even give it a.
I'm trying. Okay. Hold on. Let me get my professional journalism self on.
Deep breath.
Phew.
We got this.
As soon as you say that, we don't have it anymore. Okay. I had it for a second. All right. Stop. Joe, damn it. Oh, Lordy. Okay. Stop. I was about ready. All right. I heard a story from somebody that you defecated in a chair or a couch at Mickey McGinn. Damn it. Mute yourself, sir, so I can finish my question. He did it. I heard a story from somebody that you defecated in a chair or a couch at Mickey McGinley's house. Does that seem correct? Is that a crazy story?
Yeah, it was a crazy story. I was pretty drunk.
So that did happen? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Joe claims to be a professional. I seen your badge, sir. I think you are. Quit it. I don't even. He said he don't even remember doing that, guys. Did you go outside and yell that you hated black people or the N-word? Do you remember doing that?
I think I might have. Yeah, I don't know. Tell you the truth, I was under the influence and I don't remember anything that happened that night. I don't know. I don't consider myself a racist. You're yelling the N-word, but I don't.
You're
I'm gonna
defecating
yell
on
the
yourself
N-word.
and then yelling the N-word running around outside. Kind of like
But
that
I
time
don't.
Stern's mama ran out of the house yelling for Maddie after finding the torso doll. What's up with all this?
But I don't consider myself a racist or anything like that.
Nah, it's just pretend. Okay. You were happy to get out of the Vinlanders because you thought they're a little.
Yeah, too much.
Were all the Vinlanders also like into Odinism?
Yeah, like I said, when I say Norse paganism, I threw out the term Norse paganism. They don't really call it Odinism, which tracks with Amber Holder's testimony.
Mm-hmm.
They call it Norse paganism. I don't know. I ain't been around a lot. I've converted back to Christianity. So Jesus Christ was your Lord and Savior, and then he wasn't, and now he is again. Okay, got it. So I haven't been around a lot of Norse pagans as of any time. When I was being a Norse pagan, that's what the term was. That we considered most of the other ones.
Sorry, Joe, there is a comment here I wanted to address because I've been wondering the same thing myself. We're looking for Gritty. Yeah, I haven't heard from her, Zeke. Joe hasn't heard from her. Not since the end of the trial, I don't believe. Well, she did a couple of lives with the investigator, Christine, I believe it was. That was it. Radio silence. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
All right. Been wondering that ourselves. Okay, so go ahead and finish your. Did you finish with that associate?
No. So when you say you're asatru or you're Odinist, so here's the highlighted part. It's more of a racial term because there's groups like the Aryan Brotherhood and things like that. They claim Odinism or asatru as their religion. So you kind of have to be careful about associating yourself with those people.
Okay. So those people, are you saying asatru and Odinism, they had a kind of a racist?
Yeah, they have more racial people involved in their.
You mean racist people?
Yes.
Now, when Rick Allen was sent to prison right after his arrest, we learned later in court documents that his guards were wearing patches on their uniforms supporting their Odin. Then they were court ordered to remove those patches. One runs out and gets a little tattoo on his face right by his eye to show his support for his brand of Odinism while working corrections officer at the prison. In a prison system that is riddled with gang problems tied to Odinism. Tell me how that's supposed to be okay and sit well with us. I guess with some it does. Is that the last time you saw her too, Rach? Yeah. Okay, we'll keep our eye on her. We'll keep our eye out. Maybe she'll see the bat signal and let us know she's at least okay. All right. So back to this. It says, so your answer was you had more racial people involved, and then you mean racist people.
Yep.
Were you ever considered Asatru?
At the time, I looked into Asatru, yes.
What about Patrick Westfall?
Oh, I'm sure he had, yeah.
Back in 2017, were you into Asatru?
I considered myself more of a Norse pagan. Wow. Is there a difference between the two?
Yeah.
Like a significant difference?
Yeah.
Educate us, please. Educate me.
Norse pagan and paganism are also going to be different as well. So Norse pagan is going to be more in line with like your Greek mythology type stuff. Asatru is a little bit different. There's similarities, but they're not. Neither one commands you to go out and unalive people in the woods. Let's put it that way. But when you start incorporating, hang on, let me backtrack on that. It depends on you. Do I walk in the light or do I walk in the dark? And there's going to be people who choose that darkness each and every time, no matter what. There's going to be those who absolutely fight it and will never look toward that darkness. They're only going to go toward the light. And it's totally up to you. There's some differences. All right. So it was Patrick Westfall into Asatru in 2017.
I would say he was. I would say if you wanted to know what a white nationalist was, oh, there are so many of those out there too. Like, and they're not by any stretch of the imagination predominantly Asatru or Norse paganists,
right?
But this is one group that was both. It looks like. I think Patrick probably considered himself a white nationalist. That's not taking anything. He wouldn't consider that a slur. Of course he wouldn't.
No, we were on the website earlier, on that one website, and it's on the Poverty Law Center. They were absolute Asatru practicing, and they were racist skinheads. It is what it is. They incorporated and blended it, right? That's what these prison gangs were doing. And that's what it is. They took the two, white supremacy and this Asatru stuff, and then they blended it all. There you go. Now we got our own little unique brand, right?
And line 14, continuing, he probably has pride in it.
Tell me about your relationship with Patrick. We haven't really delved into that. How did you know him?
I knew him from the military. I was deployed with him to Afghanistan, and he was under me. Oh, really? As a matter of fact, I was his sergeant.
And what years were those?
2009, 2010, we deployed to Afghanistan.
2009, 2010. Was he from Indiana or is he from somewhere else?
Yeah, he's from Indiana.
Was that just a coincidence that you guys were in the same?
When a National Guard unit is getting ready to deploy, you have a lot of guys that jump on, and they might be, they might come from out of state, but they hear that a unit is getting ready to deploy and they'll jump onto it.
Now, Patrick Westfall said in an interview he knew a gentleman from the military, and that's how he knew Abby Williams' mother. Knew who she was.
So was Anna in the military?
No, the guy she dated was.
Oh, okay. She was at CrimeCon. She was up there on stage, and that had to have been tough. That had to have been really tough for her.
That's not the first time they've been to CrimeCon. They're pros at it now. It's
right.
been a long time. Yep. They have talked. The thing about these families sitting in a basket full of emotions, if I was sitting in a basket full of emotions, I would not be at CrimeCon to unpack my emotions in front of God and everybody in the world. Strangers I'm going to complain about later. I'm going to be worked through all that. And now when I sit here and talk about it matter-of-factly without shedding a tear, don't come at me and say I have no feelings, right? So I get why they can go and do these things. I don't give them much thought either way. because I don't throw shade toward these families. I don't ever believe the family was involved in all the strange things that have been out there in the past. But I'm looking for connections of how people may have known each other. Just because you knew somebody or associate doesn't make you guilty. But I found it interesting when Patrick said that in the interview, because I had not heard anywhere about how were these. I knew Patrick's kids went to school with the girls, right? And I knew that Holder's son dated one of the girls. But when you learn more about how they may have known each other or been exposed to one another, that's where you can make connections with a nexus. Is that the word I'm looking for, Joe? A nexus. Yeah.
The next nexus.
We're looking for
So
nexuses. We got to have
yeah.
a nexus according to Judge Gold, or we cannot have a conversation.
And Nick McClelland also claims that we have to have a DNA nexus.
Oh, yeah. We can't forget the DNA nexus. That's the most important part.
But you just reminded me that we need to have a chat about this case and something that I noticed at CrimeCon that's just going to be between you and me. So remind me about it later, because it was interesting. Yeah, it was an interesting note in the exhibitors hall. Okay, so line 12. So Pat was one of those jump-ons. He had been deployed before. He deployed to Iraq, I believe, but yeah, you got we had guys there that had been on. I think we had a Sergeant Hersey that had deployed. It was his 7th deployment, back to back to back to back.
Goodness.
That's only 4 backs. That's not 7 backs.
Karen Reed got 7 attorneys. One by one, they stood there and said it. All right. I can't get over that. I've not ever been in the Army or any armed services. When you say you're in the National Guard, were you?
Yes. It's still considered part of the Army. A lot of times the National Guard deploys more than the regular Army does. A lot of people don't realize that about the National Guard, especially here in Indiana. There's a lot of guys, like I said, back when Afghanistan was going on, guys that were just jumping from deployment to deployment to deployment.
Okay. So that's how you met Patrick, was then in 2009, 2010?
Yep.
Then when you get done with your deployment immediately, were you still hanging out?
Nope. I was kind of, when I came back,
Whoops.
I was kind of like looking for something. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's probably, I was kind of like looking for something.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Very interesting. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's probably why I became a Mason. I became a Mason. I divorced my wife and then I became a Mason. Anyway, let's get that straight. And, and he started pulling me. I kind of got interested in the whole Asatru, Odinism, Norse pagan thing, kind of looking into it. And then I kind of remembered that he, because when we were over there, he had talked about it, because I remember him wearing a Thor's hammer. Interesting. He had one that was made out of, what's that stuff? Paracord. One that he made out of paracord that he wore all the time so he could wear it. And because I remember talking to him about it, asking him, what is this? He goes, you have your cross, like a Christian cross. Well, this is Thor's hammer. That's my religion.
And so what year was that? Do you think that you...
No, that was when we were deployed.
Oh, that's when you were deployed. Okay. And your dad, he's a pastor. He was a pastor back then?
Yep. Yes.
So I'm just trying to put myself in your shoes. So as a Christian, I'd be like, that's a little wild, man. How did you engage? Or were you just a curious guy?
I was just curious. I wouldn't say that I was, at the time, was interested in Norse paganism.
When were you deployed?
Yeah. No, I wasn't interested.
When you were deployed. It says when you were deployed.
Yeah,
I said that
right.
backwards.
Yeah. No, I wasn't interested in Norse paganism. I was curious about it. I was asking him about it.
When you get done, when did you actually meet up with Patrick Westfall again? Tell me how you kind of hooked up with him again. Hooked up with him after your deployment was over?
It was after I had split up with Shannon because, you know, the whole looking for something thing kind of fell into place. I was going through a divorce. You know, Pat was there and he was my army buddy. At the time, he kind of gave me a shoulder to lean on. You know, with everything that was going on, maybe it was the wrong shoulder. You think? You think, dude? I don't know. He was trying to pull me into something I didn't need to be involved with.
Okay. Was he pulling you more into the Vinlanders or more into the Asatru religion?
Probably both. Both. But I was one of those guys because I've been to a year of Bible college. Ooh, interesting.
Okay.
When it comes to religion, I delve into it. I'll start looking into it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I became a Gothite, because oh, we need to be educated about that. I need to be educated about that because I became pretty knowledgeable about Norse paganism, you know, blots, about runes, about all that stuff.
I'm picturing a Christian man diving into this religion and being like, I'm just going to research. And Gothy, he became Gothy? Or is that Gothic? Or, yeah, they go into it. Okay, Gothy. All right. I'm writing all this stuff down. What's a Gothy? How do you spell that?
Gothi.
Let's see what it says on the Google. Gothy is an alternative spelling for the Old Norse term go. I don't know what that says. It refers to a historical and contemporary position of spiritual leadership and political influence. Historically, a Gothai was a chieftain and priest in the Icelandic Commonwealth, responsible for religious ceremonies and communal activities. In modern paganism, the term is used by individuals who serve as spiritual leaders within their kindreds or communities. The word also appears as a character name in the How to Train Your Dragon franchise. How to Train My Dog to Stop Randomly Barking at Weird Stuff in the... like, there must have been a butterfly that flew by. I'm going to go bark at it. Okay.
It's their gut instinct. They can't help it. And I don't mind it, actually. I would rather have them bark at a butterfly and also a stranger coming up on my front porch.
Well, during the daytime, there's literally just me, her, and the cats. There's nobody behind us. The neighbor's gone. Everybody's gone here. So any movement, I'm well protected. This dog is like, y'all are not getting in this house. She don't like people. Stay away. She does like you, but just not in her private space. All right. So anyway. So he's writing it all down. Now we understand what that is. So you're saying Gothy or Gothai, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, a Gothy is basically kind of like you go to church, you have a pastor, right? Or like your what are they called? Anyway, kind of like a pastor. They're kind of like a pastor, but it's for
Norse paganism.
Norse paganism.
So you were a Gothai?
Yes.
For Norse paganism?
Yes.
Is that considered a church, or who was a member of that church?
At the time, we had people floating in and out, like all churches do. But it was
during portals, right? Or they floating? I could just
no, he said floating, not portaling in and out.
I just imagine them floating like ghosts in the in and out. I'm like, I got Lori's portals bobblehead coming up in there too. I'm like, oh Lordy.
But it was mainly just me and Pat. We're kind of like trying to form our own little clan. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Because what do you need to do to form your own little clan?
Well, I know what the witches do, covens and all the things, but I got some warlocks here. At the time, we had people floating in and out, but it was mainly just me and Pat, and we're kind of like trying to form our own little clan.
So to speak, a little family, I guess.
Oh.
So he was looking for something. So he came back from Afghanistan and he
Mm-hmm.
had PTSD, obviously.
Uh-huh.
And he had made a connection with a fellow National Guard member there who was into Asatru and Norse paganism. And that's how he got pulled into that. So it makes sense. But what were the fruits of that conversion? What were the rituals associated with that conversion and them trying to form their own little quote unquote family?
Well, I'm trying to understand. He says, you said the Vinlanders were into Norse paganism also?
Yeah, but that was something totally different. You know what I'm saying? That was an actual like club, like a social club. So he has differentiated in his mind his relationship with Patrick Westphal to his relationship with the Vinlanders. He has separated those at this point, and I believe that. This is believable to me.
So the Vinlanders social club is one thing. So what were him and Westphal trying to form over here on the side? Their little side
Yeah,
group. Their little side group,
exactly.
right? Now we're side-eyeing your side group. And again, did the youngins get out of hand that day? But you weren't the Gothite over the...
No.
Was Pat a Gothite, also Pat Westphal?
I think when I decided to cut ties with him, he became the Gothite of his little group, of that little group.
Who else?
Okay, hold on.
All right.
This is confirmation that Patrick Westphal had his own little Gothite Norse paganistic group.
Mm-hmm.
Confirmation right there out of the mouth of Brad Holder, who was a part of that group initially, became disenfranchised from it in one way or another, excommunicated, whatever you want to call it. But Patrick Westphal had his own little group in Delphi.
And Westphal talks about that in the interviews he's done. And he also tries to say things, though, that Holder's pretty much an idiot and don't know what he's talking about sometimes, right? That comes across numerous times in the interviews. But I'm telling you, the guy's really forthcoming about what he does and about what his groups were doing. That's why I'm like, he doesn't have a reason to lie about it because the information's out there, right? So he's owning a lot of it. That don't mean I think he's a good guy. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, well, one of the key traits of somebody who is guilty of something will be to own up to something that's a lesser evil.
Yeah.
They'll be like, I was doing drugs, but I would never unalive this person. You know, I was buying heroin, I was doing heroin, I was whatever with drugs. They'll admit to doing drugs so they will be more believable when they deny unaliving somebody, the worser crime. And that doesn't, I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he was involved. I'm just saying that's a classic tactic to avoiding culpability of a much greater crime, is admitting to a lesser one or lesser ones.
Sometimes. And I think it depends, for the most part, yeah, you're right. But for not all. Because sometimes bad guys do bad things that they didn't do that bad thing, right?
Right.
And I'm gonna
No,
tell you,
agreed. 100% I agree.
I know where that comes from. A lot of the experts will say those things, but then again, I got to go back to baseline. There's a lot of indicators. So I don't know, what these, I don't know.
Okay, so all right, here's a question for you that you're probably not going to answer. Is Patrick Westphal walking in the dark or walking in the light?
Dark.
Okay.
I don't, yeah. It's not in the light. That don't mean I don't know what they did. I don't know what these guys were doing for real in their little groups, their little offshoots here. But it wasn't in the light. I can tell you that. Nothing to do with racism or harming people or hating people is going to be done in the light. And even if you do find yourself with some powers, don't mean you got to use them for evil. You shouldn't. Anyway, back to the document.
Yep, here we go.
So people are floating around. Is it Rachel? Oh, wait,
There was a
wait.
girl that was living with him at the time, and I can't remember her name to save my life. Then 12.
Wait, hang on.
Oh wait.
Who else other than you and Patrick were involved in this little group?
Like I said, we had people floating. I believe they ended up getting married. Getting married. There was a girl that was living with him at the time, and I can't remember her name, to save my life.
Well, is it Rachel?
Maybe that's it. Maybe Rachel.
Mhm.
It's a little short girl.
I've heard the name Rachel. I don't know if that's right. I've heard the name Jennifer. I've heard the name Rachel.
I think Rachel sounds right.
I heard goth eye, then bloke.
Bloat.
What is a bloat?
A bloat, that's basically how like people would say like a ritual or going to church kind of thing. Basically what you do, say like we're having a bloat right now, you were scroll up.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I was reading something. Let me see what's going on here in my chat. Hold on 1 second.
Oh wait, what's in chat?
Don't Zeke, hold on now. Y'all don't put nothing out there that don't need to be out there. I've got Gritty's email. I don't know if she ever fixed Twitter where she can get her DMs are open or not. I don't know. Are y'all still talking about her? Let me go back up.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, let's not put anything out there about her privacy. Zeke, I agree. So let's just we'll message her and we'll see if we can figure out something. All right. That's basically what. Oh, go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry. So we were down to
a bloat.
Okay.
Yes, basically counterclockwise. You have a horn of mead. Well, your first pass is you honor the gods, then you pass the horn around counterclockwise, and the next pass you honor. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've done this. There's like 3 different steps. The last step, you honor yourself. And basically, by the time you're done, you're pretty drunk. And that's what got me so interested, because I was drinking a lot back then, and then I took a dump on the couch.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I interjected that on my own.
I know. Okay. 3 passes would get you drunk?
Well, you're drinking a lot of mead. You're talking about a whole horn full of mead, and they're like, drink, 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 drink. It's like a frat house. So that reminds me of the movie with Antonio Banderas, The 13th Warrior.
Oh, God, not Antonio Banderas.
Yes, I love that movie. But he's Muslim. And at the end of one of their battle scenes, he's like, I can't drink anything that's fermented wheat. And they say this mead is from fermented honey. So he gets to drink and get drunk. So anyway, that was the mead. Mead is different than like beer.
Oh, yeah, it's a homemade. Yeah, it's going to be a lot stronger, too.
Yes, exactly.
A lot stronger. All right. Sounds like college.
That's exactly what I said. Kind of, yeah.
Now, runes I've heard of, and so I'm going to ask you about that in a second, because I've actually heard of that.
Okay.
I hate to do this since I had my finger situation earlier. What?
Wait, what? Andy, what's your finger situation? Now I want to know about Andy's finger situation.
I'm saying, but now Andy has to go to the bathroom since I drank this water. Can we take a 3-minute break? Shit, I'm going to need a coffee break. What time is it? All right. I've heard of runes. I was going to ask you about some of the some stuff about runes later. Let me just kind of get through my first questions. I don't remember where I read this. Do you have an F rune tattoo or something?
An F rune.
A rune that looks like an F?
I have a tattoo that says family across my leg in runes, but it says family.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it would have an F in it because it says family.
What is the name of that rune that the F starts that? What is the name of that rune, the F that starts that family?
You know what? It's been way too long since I've delved into any of that. There's a lot to remember about it. I'm thinking it's the first letter Fihu, but don't quote me on that, okay?
Is Odin considered like a god, an evil god, a mischievous god?
Odin is a god of war, but he can be good or bad. That's not what Amber Holder said on the stand, by the way. He's a god with his own agenda. I'll say it like that. He's not really good or bad. He doesn't like say, totally do evil stuff. Like Loki. Loki is considered the mischievous god. Scroll up.
Well, I was thinking. Go ahead. Okay.
Loki is the mischievous god.
Sorry, guys, I got distracted. Okay, that's where I heard that. All right, now go ahead. Sorry, back on track.
Most Norse pagans will steer clear of Loki because generally that brings you bad luck. It's kind of like dealing, going to church and praying to Satan. Whoa. That's interesting.
Well, that's what Loki would be.
Yeah, he's kind of like the devil of Norse paganism.
Is the reason that you were no longer a hang-around with the Vinlanders is because of the Delphi murders? Is that what you said? Is there any other reasons? Now, when did he say that? Was that up there in the redacted information?
Right, I didn't see it.
Yeah. Is the reason that you were no longer a hang-around with the Vinlanders is because of the Delphi murders? Is that what you said? Is there any other reasons? Now, why would you cease to hang out with your Vinlander friends because 2 little girls were found dead in the woods? Because they're being questioned about it? Just like you? Interesting.
I kind of, when I figured out what they were, that they were white nationalists, I started pulling away from them, talking about the Vinlanders. And I kind of got a bad feeling about them. And yeah, at some point, like in talking about that drunk episode, the
defecating incident.
I was trying to be a white nationalist at one point. I was trying to be a white nationalist. Oh, Jesus. But I quickly came to my senses and said, you're better than this.
Oh, he was a try-hard, as my kid would say. All right. I appreciate that. Did you say a minute ago the Vinlanders kind of dropped you?
Yeah, they just kind of ghosted me.
And then we go into some redacted materials.
I was way too involved in the case, I think, for their...
So, what? Oh, that comes off the tail end of a redacted page. I was too involved in the case. Really? Your son just dated a girl that you didn't want to go help find because you're trying to steer clear of the whole situation over there in Delphi. Huh. And he says, I think for there. All right. So that's the Vinlanders. What about falling out? If there was one with Patrick Westfall, did you have a falling out with Patrick Westfall?
It was over me and Pat when it came to the whole tribe thing. We kind of butted heads a lot because he was always wanting to run things. So I was finally like, you know what? It's yours.
So their little group they're trying to form, Pat wanted to be the top dog.
Mm-hmm.
That was the reason it was kind of a turf war, maybe?
Yeah.
That's super interesting. He wanted to be a boss and you wanted to be a boss?
It wasn't necessarily, I just let him be. I was like, you know what? You can have it. I'm not going to sit here and fight with you over this all the time. Like I said, he's one of the guys that's a proud white nationalist. With me, I don't want to move in that direction. It's, you're pregnant or you're not, dude. It's one or the other. You can't move in the direction of being pregnant. You can't move in the direction of being a white nationalist. You are or you aren't. Anyway, all right. Side note, I was moving towards people that were in the religion that weren't necessarily those kind of people.
So
he wanted Asatru Norse paganism participation without being a white nationalist.
yes, because you can. You don't have to be. Most of the people who practice Odinism and Norse paganism are not white supremacist. They don't go hand in hand. This is their little special blend over here, kind of like Lori and Chad's special blend. So yeah, on the average, no, they're not. I can be a Norse pagan right now, and you guys wouldn't even know it, because you're never going to hear a racist slur come out of my mouth in any kind of way, ever. But I'm not a pagan, but I know a lot about them. But yeah, so it sounds like he's like more into, like, I'm into the religious aspect of it, which can absolutely be a thing, worshiping the gods. But Patrick over here wants to do that and bring in the white supremacy, and Brad's kind of like saying he didn't agree with it, right? Or he ain't kind of like, he's saying I didn't agree with that part. All right, the Norse pagan religion.
Yeah, and for him, that's a big deal. You're either white nationalist or you're not. If you're not, then you shouldn't be a part of this religion. That's the way he thinks.
Mm-hmm. You and Patrick Westphal had a parting of the ways related to Norse pagan religion. He wanted to be more in the white nationalist kind of a branch of Norse paganism, and you did not want to be in the white nationalist branch of Norse paganism. Is that it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's one of the reasons that you split up, was because you arguing about that?
Yeah, and it wasn't just that, but I would say that was probably the main thing, because he didn't want anything to do with any people except that were not white nationalists. And it was like, well, these people might have something to offer besides.
Once you split from Patrick Westphal because of the differences in opinion about the Norse pagan religion, he wanting the white nationalists and you not wanting that, after that split, how much longer did you continue to pursue the Norse pagan religion, would you say?
I would say I considered myself a Norse pagan for a long time, but God has a way of bringing you back. Oh, wow. He's bringing that into it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, absolutely, I do. Do you have like a new crew of people that you worshipped the Norse pagan religion with, or was it just you by yourself?
I had some people that were coming in and out. There was a guy named Will Daly that I was kind of hanging out with for a while. Oh, get this. I know he's been in and out of jail some too.
What about your kids? Did they ever participate in any of the Norse pagan religion?
I think they found it interesting. Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
So Logan knew about it and found it interesting.
He was sitting on Patrick Westphal's couch while they make the runes.
I never allowed them to take part in the bloats because it was alcohol, but they could watch.
All right.
And I guarantee you they did watch. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I've already touched on it at the beginning of the show. How I've got proof. They absolutely take their children into the woods. They teach them how to make their own runes. They teach, yes, these kids see it. But they're not being taught. I don't know about what these guys are doing in the woods, but as far as pagans are concerned, or Norse pagan, however you want to categorize it, if they're doing a spiritual ritual that doesn't involve unaliving people, their kids are going to be absolutely a part of it. They know what mama's doing in the house. If you got any little witchy way about you, if you are a woman who relies on the earth to help you feel better and you're making your own concoctions in the kitchen, you're a witch, honey. Your kids see it. How many old wives' tales you granny's little concoctions that made you feel better? Do you stir your pot of food you're cooking with love? Do you go counterclockwise or clockwise?
I'll be right back.
Oh, Joe's
One
like, I
minute.
don't know what she's talking about. I got to bail out. He's like,
No, I have to take a comfort break.
you
I'm
go
good
right
with
ahead. We're not going to actually be able to be on here much longer today. I do have some things to do. My daddy lives like about an hour or so from me, and I got to go up there this afternoon. So I got a few things I need to do before I head up that way. And it will be tomorrow evening before I get back home. So then I won't be live tomorrow. I don't know if Joe's planning on doing anything. I can't join live streams from my phone anymore and talk because everybody says it's like I'm underwater. So I got to figure out what that's about. But I'll be busy and tied up, so it's all good. See what you guys are saying over here. All right. Zeke. Joe's not defecating in his chair. He got up. You're all right, Mr. Holder? You didn't defecate again, did you?
Oh, I haven't had enough of the mead yet. Pass around the horn.
Oh, goodness, not the mead. Okay, let's see. Oh, no. Hulu ain't trying to up my price by $1 or $2, are they? I'm not having it. Oh, I guess got a notification that says that. What the hell? Okay. It was an add-on to something, and they just bumped me up for $2. Like, are you kidding? All right.
I will probably do a morning show tomorrow, just miscellaneous true crime stuff, like the big cases, just like, hey, what the hell's going on out there in the world?
Well,
we don't have any London Valdez updates, but I will be on tomorrow night on Miss Shorty's channel. I'm going to give her Shorty's a Crime Con update report.
Nice. She reached out to me the other day on our little message. I hadn't talked to her in a minute, so I made sure she reached out, let me know she's good, because I hadn't been over there in a while, as far as being on the show with her and things like that. So it's been a minute since we got to hang out with Miss Shorty. So that'd be fun to go over and hang out with the community over there for a while. My dad's got an appointment tomorrow with the doctor, and that's why I got to go with him tomorrow. I don't know what time that even is happening yet. So if I can, I'll be there and chat. I don't know. I get pretty good reception at my dad's, especially sitting outside. He lives in the middle of the woods, guys. So it is what it is. But yeah, we'll keep an eye out for that, Joe, and everybody can turn their notifications on and go check that out. You said tomorrow night you'll be on with Shorty, and then you're going to go live tomorrow morning for your own show.
Possibly. I have to put it together first. All that takes is work, effort.
Oh, I know. Sometimes it's like
preparation.
Sometimes it's easier than others to get these shows together, isn't it? All right. We're not going to be on this much longer today, Joe, because I do got things to do. I have to go to my dad's later this afternoon, and he lives like an hour from me, so I got some things to do before I take off to go up there, and I won't be available tomorrow to live stream, but we'll be back on Thursday to unpack the rest of this document. We're only 60 pages in of 152.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. So, and of course, with the two of us goofballs up here, it takes a lot longer than it probably should. So appreciate you guys for hanging in there. If we ever get on your nerves, to say something in chat, like shut up talking and get on with it. But we'll read a little bit more, and then we're going to wrap it up so I can get things started around here. And if you want to come back on Thursday, Joe, and do this with me again, I'd appreciate it.
Let's do it.
If you're available. All right. Yep. Okay, so he thinks the kids found it interesting, right? So he was asked about the kids being involved in their Azatru pagan stuff. And he said he had never allowed them to take part in the blots because that was alcohol. Oh, okay, but they could watch. Gotcha. All right. All right. Did Logan or any one of your other kids go down to the Vinlander meetings?
It was considered a family-oriented group.
Mm-hmm.
Family is real big among those kind of guys.
Well, but Logan nor any of your other children have ever drank from the horn that you were talking about earlier?
No.
Sometimes when people split up, I've had a couple of different law partners in my life, and Andy, don't get too personal, Andy. All right. Sometimes when people split up, I've had a couple of different law partners in my life, and we've had some good split ups and some bad split ups. When you and Patrick Westfall kind of split up, were you doing your own Norse pagan religion and he's doing his own Norse pagan religion? How was the relationship between you and Pat after that?
I wouldn't say it was bad. It just wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? Every time, like for a while, there was a guy named Brian James who was also, he was an Odinist. I got to start writing these names down.
Mm-hmm.
Like for real. Hold on. Who was the one we saw earlier?
It was not almost said Mercer was the name.
Mercer. Okay. All right. There was a guy named Brian James who was he was an Odinist. He was trying to get me involved in his group. So there's competing Odinist groups. Interesting. Mm-hmm. And Pat knew him very well. I think they were called American Guard at the time.
Yep. We just read about them earlier when the Vinlanders, they then began to call themselves the American Guard, and they would go around to the MAGA rallies and all the things. And that's what landed them on the Poverty Law Center website, had put them on the FBI radar. Yeah, it's a real thing, the American Guard. It's white supremacist, Norse pagan people.
And apparently, I can't remember, but he was trying to get, they were trying to get me to hang out with them. So I went to a couple of their meetings, but I never found, to me, it was the same thing. It was just a bunch of nationalist guys that were trying not to call themselves nationalists. There's some honesty there, but it was what it was.
Before you split up with Patrick on the Norse pagan religion, before you had your disagreement, where were the meetings or the blots taking place?
At his house. He would do them at his house. So we know he was living in Delphi at this time near the canal. We know this.
A blot or bloat? Oh, that was you. Okay. Bloat. So how many times do you think you did a bloat?
A bloat?
Bloat.
We would do them maybe once a week. Holy mackerel. Bloat is a bloodletting ceremony, right?
Angelina Jolie wore that dude's blood around her neck. I'm saying vampires. I don't. Yeah.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm. So, what day of the week?
It just depends. It depends on what deity we were, because there's a lot of deities in Norse paganism, so it depends on the deity. Mm-hmm. That goes by days of the week. Like Wednesday is Odin's Day.
Okay, this is Thursday, so what?
It's Thor's Day. As a matter of fact, that's where that comes from. Thor's Day. I didn't know that. Huh.
Thursday. I've always known it as Thursday. 2 for ones at the bar back in the day.
Oh, today is Taco Tuesday.
2 for Tuesday. So you go to tacos, I'm like 2 for Tuesday was also a thing back in the day. Shit.
Right. They don't allow happy hour in Indiana, so I can't do a 2 for Tuesday.
I couldn't tell you what they allow here in bars anymore. I don't do them anymore.
Oh, they have happy hours in Florida. Let me tell you, I know all about happy hours.
I got a rocking little beach out there. It was got nothing but bars on it. All right.
The days of the week are actually named after Norse gods, except for Saturday, which is named after Saturn, which is a Greek god, not a Norse god.
Mm-hmm. That's not a Norse god?
Nope.
I did not know that. How many times do you think you and Patrick Westphal celebrated Blots together? Like 100 times, 50 times, 20 times?
Maybe 20, probably.
Did you ever celebrate Blots or Bloats with Patrick Westphal anywhere other than his house?
Yeah, there have been times we've gone, like a couple of times. We went down to Indy. Like I said, when we would go down to Mickey's, we would do bloats down there too.
I keep saying Blots.
Bloats.
How do you spell that?
It's spelled like B-L-O-T, but it's a Norse term, so it's pronounced bloat. It's got a line over the O, I think.
Did Nordic people, I'm guessing that you might have been asked this by the police, but maybe not. Did Norse religion back in the day, I don't know when that was, 12th century, I don't know when it was. Did any Nordic or Norse religion conduct human sacrifices as part of the Norse religion, the Norse pagan religion?
I'm going to answer this, but this is a very telling first word in that response. Did they practice human sacrifice? When he starts out his response with the word well, you know you're going to get an equivocation answer. You know you are. Well, back in the day, they probably did. I mean, Christianity came from a line of sacrifices too. Let's point the finger at other religions. So religions grow and turn into something else. You know what I'm saying? So did Christianity come from a line of sacrifices? Like, that's an honest question.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know that Christianity was challenged by the Romans. That's how, like, the Colosseums and the gladiators and all of that, like, developed. Like, Christians were thrown into the middle of the arena with lions. But when he says Christianity came from a line of sacrifices too, I wonder about that statement when he's pointing the finger to another religion instead of answering the question about the one that he was practicing at the time.
I don't know if I think I read it differently than some people. To me, it's not as black and white, and I don't know. I get where he's going. He's just rambling in his own brain. I was raised a Christian. Daddy's a pastor. I got Patrick over here telling me this and that. So this guy, I don't know if he puts too much thought past his first few thoughts. Do you know what I mean? How deep it goes for him. But the way he structures his answers is weird to me. Like you said, well, back in the day, they probably did. I mean, Christianity came from a line of sacrifices too, which I don't even get into the religions discussions anymore because they all did certain things back in the day. So religions grow. Now, if you go look at actual ritualistic stuff, there were human sacrifices made back outside of Christianity. I'm not talking about Christianity, but with certain paganistic, ritualistic type stuff, right? Early days, we're talking 1700s type stuff, there was a lot of things happening that we would not be okay with today. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it does. I mean, you can just look at the Spanish Inquisition. You can look at the what was the quest to go conquer Jerusalem?
Oh, yeah.
The Crusades. You can just look at the Crusades and the Inquisition in the light of Christianity and Catholicism, and absolutely that statement is correct. But I'm just wondering why he's deflecting to that in the light of the question that he was just asked.
And if you know anything, and it makes you wonder, does he know what that crime scene looks like? You know what I mean? We got to remember that stuff in the back of the mind too. is this a tactic to draw away from that? I don't know. There's a lot to figure out what he's saying. So you're aware Christians would do human sacrifices. I think it's in the book of Judges.
Yeah, in Judges, a guy had to sacrifice his daughter because he said the first thing that comes through his door, he would sacrifice to God. So yes, there is one incident where a person was sacrificed. Also where Moses, Abraham was going to sacrifice Israel.
Right, and we just saw the story of the Amish lady who threw her baby in the lake, sacrificed for Jesus. So go ahead. Sorry.
Abraham was going to sacrifice Israel. Now you.
Oh, okay.
Line
After
7.
this page, after we finish this page, we're going to call it a day so I can get busy
Yep.
doing my other stuff. Okay, so yeah, his son. So were you aware of that? You were also aware that Norse pagan religion back in the day, they also sacrificed humans just like they did in the Bible.
Mr. Hirschauer says he didn't say that. He said they probably did. And then Mr. Holder says, I would say they probably did. I don't know. I wasn't there back then. That's funny. That's like actually a funny answer.
Right? Okay. Are you aware of at least literature or reading on television shows or anything that suggests that?
I'm sure. Well, during the show Vikings, they delve into that they were sacrificing. But most of the time, I think that a person had to be willing. A person had to be willing to be sacrificed, if I'm not mistaken. And I guarantee you, Abby and Libby were not willing.
No,
And
not
we
at
can-
all.
No.
Not at all. And, you know, you're trying to wrap your head around what happened out there that day. Was it this kind of weird stuff? Or was it just a guy who decided today's the day? An opportunity has presented itself, and here we go. It's like, what's more believable? You know, it doesn't really matter what we believe in the end, is what evidence do we have in the end. So, with that said, we are stopping here at page 64 of this 152-page document. I need a comfort break as well as a chore break. Joe, thanks for coming up and helping me read through this, because I was like, oh, there's a lot to read, and I don't know if I want to do all that by myself.
Yeah, absolutely. And 64 is a good page to end on because that's 4 times 4 times 4.
Oh, okay. Some numeric. Look at there. Look at us being all spiritual with the numeric stuff now. Kind of like 1 1 1 2 11. Look, some people threw numerology out there in the Koberger case, right? The dates. The date the crime occurred, the date of Koberger's birthday, the 1122 King Road. There's so many coincidences in that case with numbers. It's insane. People tried to go there. But here we go, making numeric. Oh, let me get everything set back up. There we go. I almost hit the wrong button again. Thanks, guys, for coming in and chatting. It's been a long show, but the first hour or so we were playing catch up on other cases we're following. So we gave a case update on the Barry Morphew case. Got a brand new motion filed. They don't like social media. They don't like us talking about Barry. JLR got in big trouble, and our friend MB Inc. was also cited in the document just for simply he's posting facts and documents, but yet they decided to cite him in the case. Karen Reed, we updated you on her little civil suit hearing from yesterday. You guys can go check that out. And of course, Koberger being told she couldn't get a FOIA request on those jail calls. You know, Koberger's privacy and all. I'm like, dude, get over yourself. Oh, you're welcome, guys. And Joe, thanks for coming in and hanging out with us and unpacking this. We got a lot to unpack with Delphi, and it's going to take time to move through all the stuff we had for Joe to go through and decide what he wants to come, bring to the table. And we're here for all of it. So thank you guys for being a part of it.
Thanks, everybody.
All right.
Thanks for hanging out. Rachel, Ms. Woozy, Butterfly, Forrest, everybody. Thank you all. Zeke.
Yep. We may not have a
Thanks so
ton of
much.
chatters right now. We do got some viewers, so appreciate all of you who just observe and listen. We love you as well. You don't have to be a chatter to be appreciated around here, but we appreciate all of you. Yeah, Riley, so there were, what was it? How many did I say were dropped in that nude set? Anyway, most of the pictures that were dropped on the into the case files, a lot of them are very similar to the ones we already have. There were a couple of new ones, different angles and different things of that nature. We will get to those at some point, maybe the end of this week. But we'll get to a recap. I'm working on a video, honestly. I'm taking my time because there's no rush. Coburger's not going anywhere. I'm just trying to get together all that has been dropped and put it into one spot. So I'm working on like a video of just the photos and stuff. But thanks for coming in, and we will be getting to that, those photos up there. If I had seen anything like groundbreaking, earth-shattering, I'll certainly bring it out to you guys before we get to it. All right, Joe. Well, thanks for coming up and helping me get into some of this stuff. You'll be digging into the documents as well and finding what you feel we need to have conversations about, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I've got a couple of ideas.
Good deal. I'll be looking forward to what you got coming up. Let us know. We'll keep an eye out on that. Guys, I'll be back on Thursday as far as I know, and we'll have Joe come over and join us, and we'll continue the read of this document. Until then, you guys get out, touch some grass, love your people, show some gratitude, all the good things. Enjoy nature. Y'all have a good one, and we'll see you back here real soon.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to